recap of last time.
Oh, um, hmm. One moment.
Amazing recap. Sorry.
Yeah, she went with Ronnie to the poor district to find Saria, and they managed to come there. On the way, they were about to be ambushed, but yeah, she really tried to use her powers to kind of like, yeah, we're about to get all ambushed here. Armor Vagatus, kind of like thing, like, he tried to kind of like stop it, and it sort of like backfired, but it kind of like backfired in a good way, sort of, because her magic could have like she seeped the life energy from a bunch of people around her in 30 foot, and all and behold, a bunch of people waiting to ambush, and they got their life sapped from them, um, and fight happened. They sort of some of them got defeated and ran away. And they went on ahead, and came to almost where they wanted to be, when some blanket with ropes sort of like fell on them and stuff. She rolled net 20, and then she's like, nah. And she talked to them and managed to sort of like convince them like um, why she was here, and managed to talk with Gary a little bit. They were let in, and the elder there was sort of like, yeah, you want to help, deal with Saria, because we can't. And knowing how she was, he sort of like, well, probably gonna get fixed one way or another. And he sort of trapped them in there, which she knew he would, or that she knew at least in the state she was in, which I don't think he knew that she knew. But they tried to feed her some meat, but that wasn't enough to calm her down. So yeah, he started slashing into them, and could have rocked Ronnie on her ass, and she was kind of like stepped in between Ronnie and Saria and protected Ronnie for 2 turns or something. Um, Before Ronnie kind of like got up and like, enough of this twaddle, and just fucking chopped her pretty hard, opening her chest a little bit. Afterwards, they tried to basically feed her some very nutritious parts of the human body to her. Had to use blood to kind of like force it down and bandage her up and stuff. And yeah, and also she sort of she sort of like she did a spare of the dying on her with her thing, with her thing a little bit different. She sort of ended up in the ethereal plane with her, sort of just mind wise, something. And she saw her body being tethered to her body. She sort of like prayed for her soul. And yeah, the line was kind of like cut. It was to her soul, and she attached that to her own to her own heart or soul, trying to give her a fighting chance as she sort of came back and became tethered with her body, hoping that her soul would return, at least giving her a fighting chance to be able to come back. And talked a little bit with the elder before he just went Sundar mode and went away. Um, checked on Ronnie, put a little bit of a put a little bit of something soft underneath her, and then she sort of tried to eat a bit to mix it with blood and sausage, and some memes were made, quotes, and yeah, she ate a little bit of her apples, and like first time, like, yeah, damn, I not feeling I'm not feeling anything at the moment. So she she took another bite, rolled a nat one on the con save, and player was like, "Let me not like this. Could be fun." And she basically had a moment. But you know, to say like sometimes they have these native people have spiritual journeys, and one can achieve great wisdom and see empowered when they go into these deep states of self-discovery and stuff. So at the moment, Shavir is high out of her mind. Basically, got an interception of an interception. She basically like, was a parrot on Madison's shoulder on a pirate boat in her own stomach for a moment. She just she's at the moment tripping out, basically on a share on a table. That's where we are.
Yeah. You went to your lucid state of a mental kind of mindscape, inception, a dream, almost lucid and real. You would slowly start to wake up from it, still drowsy, and you hear whispers and voices all throughout as you very clearly hear footsteps somewhere on the roof.
She kind of looks if Ronnie is still asleep,
Yes.
and she checks back to Soria.
Yeah, you walk over to Zaria, and you see she's breathing. She still has a big fucking wound, and yeah, she's incapacitated.
She's she any soul of her sense of her soul having returned or not?
Not that you could know by any way.
Yeah. Yeah. So these footsteps, is it by Elven City standard daytime or nighttime? Or can she have any
You
sort of
look
sense
outside the
of her
window, and it's
own?
an amalgamation of well, lights of different colors.
Usually, how it is?
Nope. It definitely looks a lot more rainbowy than normal.
It's sort of pretty interesting. Um as she sort of hears the footstep on the roof, so she will sort of like uh, she'll look around to see if no one sees her, and if that's the case, she kind of like steps up on the wall as she sort of like walks up to the roof.
Hmm.
As she sort of like lays down on the roof, putting her ears against the roof to
You
listen.
you walk up the wall, right? And you hear your own footsteps in a deep echo.
Sort of smiles. Funny.
As you put your ear to the well, ceiling, I guess then, um,
Um,
you can roll me a perception check at disadvantage.
Nat one. Ain't getting much worse than that.
Yeah, you roll me a flat d20. You have the confusion effect. You're gonna stumble around for a little bit.
Too many
Mechanical disadvantages,
imprints.
disadvantage on dexterity saving throws for 1 minute, but
And it's too much. What's the word?
yeah, it's
Too
too
much
much echo,
visual
and
input.
your head kind of spins.
As she sort of make her way down, kind of like holding her head, like ow, being upside down didn't help either.
No, you're not having enough experience with just, you know, you know, walking on walls and ceiling. Usually, you tend to uh, behave normal.
Yeah, she's sort of like, hmm, food. Yes, food. She goes to try and find where the yeah, she goes to where the body is, the
Hmm.
human. Um, she goes there and sort of like mixing blood and meat. That was kind of like yeah. What was the saying again? Still tastes like shit.
Yeah.
So she's like, well, may as well do it separately. As she starts to sort of like yeah, you know, it's not as nutritious when it's past, but you know, now she has her throat clear again, so she's gonna start feeding on the human.
Blood or meat?
No, blood, because he has those sausages that she can eat. He's just kind of like doing the blood first and then do the sausages. Well, a little bit at least, because she's like, no point if I just she want to do a little bit because you know the sausages she might kind of just throw it up or something. she's just she's not like, well, I'm just gonna do a little bit.
Mhm.
Yeah, so she just gonna take a little bit as she leans down and sort of like her fangs get out and
Hmm.
pierce his neck.
You roll 2d6.
6.
Yeah, you recover 6 hit points.
I think she already was at max, but
Yeah.
um, it's more for the fact of having um, yeah.
Your body seems still to try to recover as you see the mouth of the corpse move.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you have something to say to me. Kind of like weird hearing her own voice a little bit because she hasn't spoken in a while. Like,
You would hear words coming from the corpse.
oh, what is it saying?
What languages do you speak?
Common Elvish, Abyssal, Rasp.
It's neither.
Hmm. Um, have she ever heard a single word from it? Because she has studied that book and
Doesn't seem so.
many times. Hmm. Like, you have to be a, hmm, you got to be a bit more specific than that, please.
As you see the head of the corpse just tuk, and you hear it impacting the floor, creating a kind of echo. As you hear.
Sort of like pull his cheek, and she kind of pulls it out, and then she sort of lets go.
You hear the head go a little bit upwards and down again as you lift the head of the corpse. Nothing moves.
Sort of like poke his head a little bit.
Yeah.
Hey, buddy.
You poke at his cheek. Nothing happens.
Mm. And she sort of get back out there, and sort of sits at the table there,
Hmm.
um, and she begins to eat the sausages. It's like, this is
Ooh, I need a
mm,
wisdom saving throw.
protein.
Okay. Um, you can force them at least, down.
Yeah, just holding a finger, yeah, the nose thing, and just
And
forcing
a
it
con
down.
save.
Yeah, 10.
Well, but the sausage stays in, but the blood surely comes out.
Like holds a finger in front, hold like a hand in front of her mouth, and she's like, as she coughs, and just some blood kind of comes out. Like,
A lot of blood, like half a liter.
ow. Yeah. It's kind of like why she didn't want to drink too much before. Kind of like gets it now, like, okay, this is my life now.
You hear your stomach rumble.
Um, um, but you basically ate a ration of food now, or
Nope, a sausage.
it's like fuck.
They're
Well,
like 2 to 3 inches of
uh,
sausage. Not that big.
let's eat another. Let's eat another one.
Wisdom saving throw.
8.
The second one is surely a bit harder, as you have the problem of you biting on your teeth again. As a kind of defensive reflex.
Like eyes tear up. Like this is so gross. This is so gross.
I mean, yeah, it tastes like pure spoil, so it's not that easy to get your mind around it.
She's like, do I have a spell to make this more tastier? Fuck.
Yeah.
Um, yeah.
You look at the sausage in your hand, right? And you have this like blood drip all over it across your hand, right? And on the table, and you're just like, I would rather lick the blood off the table.
That can be arranged. Yeah. So she's kind of like, okay. And she sort of guidance herself, and then she sort of try again, like,
What do you say?
okay. Um, just a single word, or
No, for guidance.
um, um, okay. I mean, this is one of the hardships that I need to get through. Come on, guidance here. Come on, it's not guidance. Help me get my mind off things here. Uh, and she sort of just thinks back to some happy memories of
You
meeting Madison
you
Holt.
focus on the lucid colors in the blood.
Mm,
Ripples of rainbow in the blood's reflection. You hone into it. Let's see. Yeah, you get a D4.
um, okay. Wait. So another wisdom save, or what?
Yes.
Mm,
Pray that's a 4. Uh,
well, 14 was good enough last time.
not on the second one. It's not easier for mine to get off things when you already know it sucks, right? And then you
Even with
just
the notion.
experience it. Yeah. You think to yourself as you get your teeth apart, right? You get it into your mouth, and it basically like slowly gets out of your mouth in little chunks, right? And you you still have the kind of almost soggy and well almost mushroomy kind of taste on your tongue, right? As you think to yourself that it's probably easier to split it during the day.
To eat it on multiple occasions, sort of thing.
Yeah. It's harder to do it in one sitting because your mind kind of, even if you try to hone yourself off it, with like trance or lucidity. Yeah, the moment you taste it, it's just gonna be repulsive.
Yeah, that is true. Um, see, she still have that bottle. Okay, so then she would go. I mean, does she feel that she has the need for blood right now?
A perception, medicine check.
Oh, 19.
You're a little above your threshold. Blood's not gonna trigger probably for a day or two, depending on how much it is or what creature it's from. If it's highly magical, of course, but not from normal people bleeding.
Yeah. Um, but is there like a bowl or something anywhere? There's nothing like that. Right?
No.
Yeah.
Every bowl has been taken a year and a half ago.
Yeah. Uh,
Even the dust
she sort of
collects dust here.
yeah. She's sort of like this about this like blood on the table and stuff, and she's like, can beggars be choosers? Like, like, been on the table. She's like, I'd rather go eat it from the corpse. And she goes to the man again. I'm like,
Yeah. You
sorry,
look at the
buddy.
man and you already, drank like most of his blood. He bled out stupendously hard from the cleave of the sword.
Yeah.
Yeah. That guy has
She
almost
still,
no blood left. And with almost, I mean, you would need a spork and dig for it.
um, she had, maybe it's good time to practice my blood magic, she thinks. As she sort of like holds her hand over as she sort of tries to, with her senses, as she smells the blood, she's trying to think that, you know, trying to imagine it how it is in the body as she tries to gain control over it,
The problem is
dig it
not
up.
gaining control over it. The problem is finding it because you don't know where it's located.
Hmm.
And for you to, well, command blood of any sorts, you need to either see it or feel it in some way,
Yeah.
right? You could do it when it was, well, down your throat or, just openly, but when it's hidden behind something, even a sheet of paper, that's hard to do because you can't picture it in your head where it is.
So instead, she probably sees a little bit of dry blood at one of his wounds, right?
Uh, well, yeah, on his skin, yes.
Yeah. So she'll try and use that, kind of just to as the point, as she sort of just think that you know, this is his blood. He has more of it somewhere in his body, and she's just trying to make it come and gather at that point instead of individually trying to find the blood and and sort of like control it. Instead, she basically tries to sort of like a magnet. She tries to make the blood come there instead.
Roll with disadvantage.
Mm, 14.
You feel nothing move.
Huh. She sort of sighs. As she goes out to the table, as like, hmm. As she instead tries to get that blood sort of like up from the table, sort of like in a bubble,
Hmm.
shake out the dust a bit.
That doesn't work on liquids.
But yeah, um, so can she do that? Basically, get the blood up in a sort of like an orb almost.
You can roll for it.
Hmm. 22.
And the second one,
Disadvantage still on
it's ability
the
checks.
paper. Oh yeah, 13.
You can do it crudely. It has some spikes and is a little unstable and kind of swaying, as your vision also sways. Everything has
Yes.
this kind of ripple to it.
She sort of holds it there for a bit as the sort of like dust and dirt then would just naturally go to the bottom as she
Well, not
only
with you moving it upwards. It has this innate flow. It's moving constantly.
okay, but
Yeah,
you know,
shape water is a constant stream. It's not still.
okay,
You
one can assume that that most of the dirt will end up like that because of gravity
No, but it's
more.
moving. The liquid is moving constantly.
Yeah, but
Because
gravity
else you
stays.
can't lift it off the ground.
Well, at the top at least,
Hmm?
she starts to suck in some of the blood there. That's yeah, it may taste a little bit bad.
It tastes really bad, and I need a Constitution saving throw.
17.
As you suck in the blood with like think about you drinking out of a tap, right? You just point your lips and then just suck it in, piece by piece, just a tiny bit. You also feel the strong acidic taste of your own stomach acid in your mouth and down your throat as you drink a few gulps, as you take 5 acid damage.
Sort of like ow.
Your entire
Cough.
mouth and throat feels very tingly now, as this kind of pain, also like the echo, kind of reflects over and over through your nerves.
Yeah. Well, got the nourishment at least. Yeah. So how much damage? Said 5.
5 acid.
Oh. And should we gain any HP from getting the blood?
Yeah, 2d6, which
Yeah,
was
but
like
after getting this blood back, she should be.
let's see. Yes, 2 hit points.
Hmm. Oh,
As you feel that most of its life energy has been seeped out of it by you already, you as you put it back into your system, it doesn't seem to replenish much more.
okay. Hmm. Um, so sort of sticks out her head. Yeah, gross opens door and kind of sticks out her head. It's,
Well, you look outside. It's still night beyond the kind of bubble that still emits sunlight. Um, but you kind of look at the kind of crystalline overstructure, right? At least faintly. You can't really look straight up, else we're gonna burn your eyes out.
yeah,
But the faint glistening glow as you see all this rainbow color on the floor and the buildings all around.
pretty color.
It looks like a rave, just without the music.
Can be fixed with minor illusion.
Thaumaturgy starts singing.
Yeah. But she sees that no one still has gone up, so you know, like,
You
give
can
me
roll me a
some.
survival check to find out what time it is.
Mm,
At disadvantage.
mm. 4.
Might be actually be day. You
Uh,
can't really discern with the colors.
people still ain't, people still ain't up though. Probably. Uh,
Well, they
yeah,
don't seem like the most mm, structured people. They might actually like sleep like into the day a lot to, you know, get out at night more often or not.
That could be it. That could be the case. Um, but Ron is still not up and can't really move far anyway. She can like move.
Yeah,
I don't know too far anyway. So she's kind of like stuck.
tethered. Yeah.
So she goes in, closes the door, as she's sort of like, well, maybe I can gain some new insights from my current state. As she takes out the book on rune crafting, and maybe her mind being a bit more lucid now can help her gain some insights on the rune crafting. She
And
starts
I
to like
cannot
look
check at disadvantage.
nat 20 and a 12.
Well, uh, no clue. You look at the book, right, and you hold it upright, and the symbols start to move and play pong with your eyeballs. As you see an eye kind of orangey and blue stare back at you, you close the book as you feel stared at by yourself.
Yeah, that was things.
You
As she
feel
sort of like,
almost jinxed.
yeah, she's sort of a little bit unsure how to pass the time. She's sort of like, hmm, I wonder how I wonder how Ronnie's doing. Has she had a long rest, by the way?
You did.
Yeah.
Ronnie,
She,
not yet, because you're an elf.
yeah. She sort of like gets on her, on her, like sit down on her heels almost. She, like look at her.
You get down, right, and you're still woozy, and you tip like left and right, and you
Yeah.
think, oh shit, standing up's gonna suck.
She sort of like, let's not. She just sits down instead. Kind of like sits down next to her, like, yeah,
Yeah, you can look at
let's
her.
not.
That would be a medicine check.
Oh yeah, disadvantage. All right.
You see she's sweating.
Mm,
Damn, I
uh,
should have listened up when they talked about biology more.
so, how is her exhaustion now that you fed and stuff?
3 points. You had 4 before.
Mm, okay. So yeah, so she kind of just looks at her sweating like, ah, sweating. Bad dream, maybe.
Um, investigation?
Mm.
A medicine check to find out what is afflicting her, and investigation to figure out what the fuck is happening with her, with those symptoms.
14. Mm.
14. Yeah, you look at it, and it might be like stress, like PTSD kind of dream, or you know something bad,
Mm. Mm.
or she's coping with stress with sleep, something along those lines. Mine
Okay.
doesn't take stress very well, you know that. I rolled
Mm.
for insanity save. She rolled stupendously high. The other option would for her to get 3 effects from the table. So yeah, you see her. She's bodily perfectly fine,
Yeah.
and
Um.
she's not giggling like you were.
That's that's a good sign. So she kind of. Do you remember how there was a she learned how to make the smoke bombs from the rats and stuff. Remember?
Yes, you need
She got she
chemic
got a
materials.
yeah. She got a book or like a
A
piece of
note.
paper where
Yeah.
the thing
One
she
ingredient
kind
you
of
know it's sewage water.
Yeah,
which is probably the hardest for you to get safely, at least.
yeah. She would sort of look at that a little bit, and she would kind of like think what other things could potentially be made with this. You just replace the sewage water with something else, like um, something to make smoke. One could just make normal smoke that doesn't just choke, or the applications
No,
of very little
you
limited
you
technology.
know it only works with the sewage water. That's the one of the compounds that makes it react in the first place when it's subjected to a lot of air. So you need this amalgamation of the underground, the moss on the walls. You need to scrape it, and then you need the sewage water and a compound of stone and sulfur, which is not too easy to find, but not too hard in the undergrounds. It exists here and there. Sometimes underwater the most. It grows in crystals. You would have spotted it here and there. But gaining access to it is probably only a thing the rats could do. Um, so yeah, that kind of reacts with a lot of air. So if you put it in a bottle, shake it, it mixes up, and then you throw it somewhere, then it splashes everywhere and gets, subjected to a lot of air per volume, and then it reacts.
Can she try and ritual cast detect magic?
Yeah, you can cast verbal components, and I think you could probably. You have time.
Hmm. In that case, she would sort of like start the process of doing that.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah. You spend 10 minutes on an action to cast detect magic. The light outside gets faintly stronger over the duration. Um, it's 30 feet, right?
Yes, it is 30 feet.
Okay. You would see the strain of hair that Zarya has, the white ones, they are faintly magical.
Hmm. Would
They're glowing whiter now,
yeah,
and it
that
seems
would
like
definitely look at it.
snow and kind of glistening around it.
Hmm. Pretty colors.
Yes, you see the kind of faint sparkles going off it, and they turn into these, like, think about New Year's firework kind of purslling, but going through all of the colors.
Hmm.
Like how the glow from prestidigitation is completely a rainbow when you start selecting a color to change a object's color.
Yeah, she would sort of like look up towards the roof, as she would sort of like start to get to the boundaries of where she
Hmm.
can go. And she kind of like walks into the other room to see.
Well, yeah, you would be stopped in the door, not
Yeah,
not just before the door frame.
uh, she sort of looks around herself and down.
You see a very barren room.
And she sort of goes out here, goes out the door,
Rainbow
sort of like
colors everywhere. Need a wisdom saving throw.
natural.
Yeah, you're not paralyzed by the colors, but almost mesmerized. But you sway your mind off it, right, as you look back towards the door and kind of the shade inside. You feel, even when it's night outside, there is this faint breeze, right, of the night, but you still feel the warmth on the clothing, like very warm. Like think about standing next to a campfire radiator.
Yeah. She feel that
Something you
she's kind
shouldn't
of like
do is
still
standing
responsible.
outside for prolonged time.
Yeah, that's what she feel with that net one a little bit too, I guess. But as she go out there, does she sense any magic from other?
Not too much, at least not within 30 feet. There's some faint traces, of course, and the sunlight that basically is emitted everywhere kind of drowns everything in this faint divine magic.
Um,
It's like an ocean of yellow and blue
she would sort of like pay
through
that
the air.
direction a little bit to kind of like sense there, and then she just go in. It's like this is uncomfortable.
Yeah, detect magic is not too strong. Picking up at full range.
Yeah. She don't detect anything from Ronnie. Else, I
Nothing.
guess. Yeah.
Uh, let me see. Mm, Uh, yes, you do. There's a faint kind of green and bluish hue coming from her off her kind of coat.
Her
Yes.
her clothing basically.
Yeah, her
Hmm.
leatherware. She has this almost poncho, right? It's torn a lot after the fight, but it's way less torn than the armor underneath.
Hmm.
There's
It's
some
sort of like
like scratches, while the armor underneath is kind of chipped and lost, metal bearings.
she would go up to it and sort of like feel the fabric and trying to sort of like more deeply sense the magic in it to kind of like try and figure out what.
Abjuration.
Hmm.
You can roll me a Arcana check at disadvantage.
This was almost out of the disadvantage.
Well, it's a 12. You look at it. It's something defensive magic. Can't
Hmm.
really tell. Might be something that's a lot stronger and more obvious when activated or not.
Yeah, sort of like things like kind of funny how she shits on magic when she's using magic gear.
Well,
But
apart from that, it's a very fine crafted kind of poncho coat.
yeah,
She probably doesn't even know.
yeah, probably not. Um, wow, she's she don't have any herbs. I think that's can't find familiar. She make a familiar at some point. Didn't she use herbs to make one and then she summon, or did she not? I don't remember.
No, it died. I can
Oh
also tell you that was over here somewhere when you got hunted.
no, yeah, no, she just left it there.
Yeah, but it died
Never actually.
afterwards.
Oh yeah, I see.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I told you that it got, well, sent back
yeah,
shortly afterwards.
fuck that. Yeah. Okay. Guess you could always get the dog out. uh, okay. Well, she can't move. She can't be. She don't want to be out right now. Um, I guess she would just because she didn't drink all of the blood there. She would kind of like
The
sit on
blood
the.
from the table.
Yeah, she didn't drink all of it. Remember, she would just a little
Yeah,
bit of it. So
you did stuff in the meanwhile, and you also cast it. So yeah, you put it all in the ball, right? You sipped something off it, then you were just like, "Bleh," and it just splashed back onto
yeah,
the table.
pretty much. So what she's gonna spend her time doing is basically, well, I mean, it's about train. Oh wait, as she sort of like would train her blood maybe she would try and use this blood and she would try and make it get different make it into different forms sort of like make it into sort of like look like a sharp cone.
Balloon show.
Yeah, it's like okay, make it into like a short like spear looking thing, make it into a circle, make it into like a almost like a ring, trying to make it look like a human, basically trying to um,
Sure,
practice
roll
her
for it.
control by doing that. Uh, and as she's doing that, she's sort of like thinking how Edwin was able to splash blood and then teleport. But she's like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna try that."
you
It's
you
just
like
you're
I
sort of
can barely control it. Do I really try to use it as a focus?
like let's not push it. 17.
You managed to do it. It's still really jagged, and you produce like a stickman kind of figure and like a loop, and like think about a pointing arrow from like a traffic light.
Yeah.
Well, it's pointy-ish.
She so what she's gonna try and do next is gonna try and condense it and basically get the get it tighter together.
What's liquid?
Sort of
Liquid
like
doesn't
tight.
compress.
Everything can compress.
No, water and water-based liquids don't compress.
There is heavy water.
There's heavy water, yes, but it's just one more atom of either oxygen or, you know, there's just one additional atom in the compound. But not getting into that. Yeah, but no, a liquid doesn't compress. It just puts pressure on the, well, extruding piece, right? So the container. So if you were to compress it, just puts more force on your own spell.
Okay, so um,
You can pressure water. You can't compress water. That's what I want to say with it.
yeah. She would try to not let it be as as loose as if one were kind of like trying to
You want
fling
to smooth it.
yeah, if one were to like fling their finger on it, they would it would feel a little bit like um how do I explain it?
There's a current in it, a very strong one at that. It's constantly moving. It's not silent at all. It makes this wave sound and gish.
Can she try and move the so it's currently moving? Can she not control it if it's not currently moving, or
That's the thing with shape water, right? You can move or otherwise change the flow of the water. So for it to move well upwards and keep suspended, it needs to be constantly moving upwards in one way or another.
but it has also said that you can cause the water to form into simple shapes.
Yes, which means on the ground or on a specific object or within a bottle, for example. You could make an imprint on a liquid with it, for example. To make a object suspended in air is like, um, you know, putting all of it in a cupcake stencil, right? And trying to keep it in there.
Can because all blood contains iron.
You can change the opacity, or
Since
you could try to freeze it.
I don't know,
Then it would
but since
become one
all
specific shape.
since all since all blood contains iron, can you try and get all the iron into sort of the outer flow of it, and then sort of like when she thinks she have all iron in sort of like gathered in one place, then she would sort of like try and freeze it and get all the iron at the tip of it, sort of thing. Try
Well, the
and make
problem with
it
that, blood doesn't contain a lot of iron.
well.
Like it's not even 1% iron.
No, I know it's no. It's just enough to get the tip a little bit of to get the tip a little bit hard. If she were to like throw it at something, and at least all the iron in the blood has gone to that specific point at the absolute most tip, then you know it could be like I said, needle prick, like ow, fuck, you know what I mean? Uh, that's just gonna try and do.
Each gram of blood cells, which doesn't even include the liquid, contains 3.47 milligrams of iron.
Um,
Um, it's 1,000 milligrams in a gram. So it's like 0.003%. So if you have a liter, that's like not even like a gram of iron. And a liter is more than a liter is like 2 kilograms worth of blood because blood is heavier than water.
she would she would throw a to try and like sort of throw a caltrop
Yeah, you could.
into the water, and she would like twirl around and make it sort of like into like a cone, sort of like a spear almost sort of thing,
Mm,
as she then would sort of like uh, throw it against the sort of the bar, you know, where the bar
mm,
counter,
yeah,
making sure that no one is kind of like near there, but
yeah.
throw it at the bar counter. And as she's doing that, she's then sort of like freezes it as she has started to get
Okay,
motion of it.
I need a
Throw it,
spell attack at disadvantage.
and then she okay, so it's a D10.
Mm.
18.
You definitely hit the bar, but you kind of phrase it in a very like the caltrop and everything hits it, and then it splashes outwards and becomes like tiny crystals and just splinters everywhere.
Yeah.
Tiny shards of
Oh,
blood.
splinters of blood shards, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. She would then sort of like it un start to unfreeze it,
You
and
go up to every single shard and unfreeze it singularly.
it's more like she unfreezes the biggest shard, then she uses that blood to sort of like collect multiple pieces of shards in the water, and then sort of like freezes them all at once rather than going and collect single pieces.
Yeah.
And that is what she's
As you try to unfreeze the water that you're kind of staring at, the biggest chunk, you realize the water unfreezes within 1 hour with shape water. Yep, that shard stays frozen for an hour.
yeah, can she unfreeze it?
Nope.
Okay. Um, can she still control it to get it up and moving again?
No, it's not liquid.
Okay.
You can give it an
Because
inertia, then freeze it, then it will fly a specific direction, or specific enough, right? But the moment you make ice out of it, you don't have control over it anymore.
hmm, does it seem like she could, based on like should inspect the impact where the tip where the caltrop would have been basically, or that was the
Yeah,
tip.
it's the biggest shard because the caltrop held the ice together more than the ones without when it
Hmm.
impacted. Well, yeah, liquid seems to stick to matter.
Did
That's
it
why it
leave a
also
mark?
yeah. Uh, well, one
Yeah.
damage of a caltrop. There's a tiny tink in it somewhere. It's just like the bar is so run down. You look at it and it's just like it hits somewhere with like all the jagged cuts of like all amalgamations of different weapons over the time.
So she basically figured
See arrow holes
she
in it,
can do a little bit of damage with it potentially.
maybe.
Uh, as she kind of like thinks of the on the time when she and Shahu got hit with all those fucking blood daggers,
Oh
kind of
yeah.
like da 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 da, or the fuck the red daggers, remember,
Hmm?
rain down. Sort
Yes.
of like
And the
maybe one.
temple when the imagery on the ceiling came, well, real.
Yeah, she sort of maybe one day as she gets the caltrop, kind of like takes it, put the caltrop on the big piece on the table, and then I assume there's like a little bit of blood somewhere left on the that's on the table. She just need a little, as she would then try and basically use that and move it back and forth in the air as
Hmm?
she tries to basically try and like, well, everything can hurt if it goes fast enough. Thinking so, she's gonna just try and make it go as fast as she can. Can I just trying to increase the speed that she can accelerate it basically as she tries to basically get it back and forth across the room, sort of thing. she instead switches to doing that.
Mm. Well, you move it, but you don't see it collect enough force to actually harm anyone. Maybe objects. You can probably, no, not break, but move and shove objects with it. If you have enough of it, that is. So you need more liquid than you have object.
Yeah. But you know, I think like there's
It's
machines that
better with
they
buoyant
yeah,
things.
but there's machines that they basically pressurize or like send the water out so fast that it's like cut melts and stuff. You know, it's a water board.
Yeah, but
You heard of it?
the spell is not nearly powerful enough to do that.
No, I know. It's just she's just sort of like practicing that. Like I know
Hmm?
that's like not likely that she's gonna like be able to do it anytime soon, but someone gotta start somewhere, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, so
you practice
that's
with it.
kind of like yeah,
Mm, okay.
and that's what she's doing to sort of like pass the time.
Yeah. You trained for some 4-ish hours, I guess, in total, with all the things you did before as well, on top of it.
Yeah, I mean,
With
yeah,
the orb and, checking up on the people, collecting a total of 4 hours.
yeah, yeah. She used that time to train a lot more.
Hmm? You feel the effects of the apple wears off super slowly.
Hmm.
As the tingling in your mouth and throat slowly ceases to stop, eventually,
Yeah,
finally, because that
yeah,
was like really numbing.
yeah. I'm sure. Assume she sure feels better by now. 1 hour out of combat, you said, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. Mm.
yeah. You also control the blood and you feel the kind of wounds in your mouth from the acid. They have overgrown. Like when you bite the side of your cheeks, kind of those, but a little deeper. That's what you
Yeah,
had. But yeah, they've been grown back.
yeah.
They still
I
have
mean,
some dents in them because, actually, like, the meat grows again, but it takes more time.
yeah.
But it's not a wound anymore. Basically a scar until it heals.
Mm. Sort of. She, so have she gotten any better of um have she seen any a little bit of progress as she tries to make it this lower one that she have that she's controlling uh, to try and make it look
You
like
definitely become more accustomed to it to use it in the first place.
she tries to make it look like a tiny humanoid basically like a stick
Running.
figure. Yeah, about a
You
stick
see the
figure.
tiny red rainbow man running back and
Yeah.
forth. Think about a toddler sprint.
Uh,
Like wiggly arms and full lean left right.
so she's actually gonna try and separate those two uh, like with a thin kind of like cord of blood water almost. And she's gonna try and make it into two stick figures, and and she's gonna try and make them have sort of like looking like swords, and then she's gonna like try and make them duel each other.
Okay, you're controlling two separate pieces of water then. That's
No,
gonna
no,
be
it's
difficult.
the same. It's the same, but it's connected. But I know what you mean. But it's still connected with this sort of like it's not two separate ones, but it's the first part in trying to control separate, one could say, but it's still connected.
Well, yeah, over a large, tether, which is very thin. It's hard to get a
Yeah,
current through a very thin tether. I need an Arcana check.
yeah, 25.
And second one.
Oh, yeah. Still 25.
Okay. Yeah, you can do it.
She sort of like smiles and just like, look, I did it. Kind of like, oh, no one cares. No one's looking. Like,
Nobody cares but me.
she's sort of like super happy that she managed to make these two blood stick figures sword fight. And she's sort of like um, one is sort of like trying backflip almost and doing different sort of like fighting styles and things. You know, she's kind of like just entertaining herself doing that sort of
Yeah.
until she's
It's like a
clearly
Dia
suffocated.
show of 5 FPS combat in water. It's the refresh rate of your ice not picking it up fast enough.
Yeah, it's sort of like shadow, shadow boxing, but she's doing it with blood.
Yes. Um, but yeah, time passes. You feel the warmth coming through the windows slowly but surely.
Like, she takes her the blood. I'm assuming the blood shard would have.
Yeah, melted by this point.
Yeah, so she takes the.
You also seen some of it, and not a low amount has been, like not diluted, but what's the word? Dried in the wood, the floor, and the table.
Um,
Because you can't pick everything up. The moment the liquid touches the surface, it's gonna soak in.
yeah, she she takes whatever blood she can basically. As she's sort of like,
It's like not even one handful at this point.
yeah, it's it's more so she has something to play with. Uh, as she sort of um, having that sort of like, sure, as she sort of like starts to try and drag Saria away into. Well, is this room? Will there come in sunshine to make her uncomfortable here, or
Well, it's getting warmer. You never thought about warm being too comfortable because it's always the kind of feeling you get when you're well hiding space within your mind and when like you know when you went insane, everything went kind of warm, and just warmth doesn't work out for you.
is the windows sort of like, do they have blankets or things over them, or not blankets, but like cloth
What
windows?
windows?
Yeah, I guess
It's
so.
just frames. The glass has been broken and stolen.
She would she would start to kind of like slowly drag. Sorry,
Athletics. She's the same size as you, and she's like almost twice as heavy as you.
7.
Mm-mm. Nay. She's not moving. Let's
Not at
say
all.
let
Like
no, not at all.
slowly.
Let's say human meat is pretty nutritious. She has a very dense bone structure as well.
How'd you go?
Yeah, she has like natural armor. She's not easy to move.
She's sort of like, maybe I can drag you with my blood magic or something. She's thinking. I guess she's sort of like making the the little blood ball that she's controlling. She's like making that sort of like into a sort of like a blood rope almost, and like getting it underneath her, like underneath her arm, sort of, as
Hmm.
she sort of like tries to use that to sort of like drag her. The,
Okay. Yeah, you produce a faint thin line and just you know traverse it in between her armpits. As you see it touches her clothing, it soaks in.
no, not the clothing, the arm. She has no. The arm specifically, like the arm, not the armpit, but the what's that? Elbow arm. There,
Yeah,
she tries to do it there.
yeah, but she's not T-posing.
Yeah, I
She
guess
has her
not.
arms close to her body.
And
Yeah, it's
uh,
just a little bit, but
so, but does it seem to work at all?
athletics again.
But it would be like using Arcana with magic or something. But yeah,
No, you're not exacting the force with the strength. You pull on her, right? And you see the angle being like really bad, and just like you're standing and she's like lying on the ground. As her arms are kind of folded in, right? You jank on her arms, and you see the string cut into her skin.
the the bloodstring.
Yeah, like pressure wise. It's not like
Oh,
sharp. It's not like cutting her skin. It's just
no, no,
pushing
it's
very
just
strongly
like
into it.
when you have a okay.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
if you take a string and just, put it left and right of your arm and then just pull it downwards.
yeah, I know what you mean. It's like, yeah, she's still kind of like um, like good. She's sort of like okay. She's fascinated that she can like the way she's finding applications to use it a little bit. That it doesn't just sort of like splash off or something. And
Well,
which is
more
yeah,
blood would probably, the more blood, the easier path it will take. It always tries to take the easiest path, but you'd kind of force it into a string.
um, okay. So don't really move her at
Because
all,
your
or like
Arcana
a
is a
little
lot
bit.
higher than your Athletics.
Yeah. So she sort of just absorbed the blood that when it tried to absorb the blood that when some of the blood that put into her clothing. Like, yeah, I don't want my balls smaller. That's my source of entertainment. Pretty good. Um, but I guess she's out of the sun as she's in the hallway,
Yeah.
right? And she's like, "Well, I'm not even gonna try moving you." So she's freaking.
Not with chainmail.
She sort of sits down at the hallway here,
Mhm.
where she's sort of like out of the sun,
Yeah.
as she sort of like keep making the her blood ball into different animals and stuff.
Yeah. You've put it into like very simple shapes of kind of things that remind you of animals. Like think about somebody holding out like a flashlight and then just making imagery with their hands.
Yeah.
Very crude. Um. Roll me another wisdom save.
Eight.
Okay. As you're drawing these, well, shapes and the kind of prismarine colors reflect throughout the environment, as you see the angles of the sun slowly, sweep into the room in front of you, you start to sleep. Like actually falling asleep. It's not kind of a mental thing, but it's a bodily thing, bit by
Hmm.
bit.
Interesting. She's sort of like the bunnies hop. Just, she made like a line and there's like this bunnies that hop in front of her eye like
Yeah.
over and over, and her vision kind of get blurry. It's just kind of like her head goes to the side.
Hmm.
She's still sitting there, kind of like with her back towards the wall, her knees up a little bit, sort of thing.
Yeah. The last few things you hear before drifting up into your vivid uh, drug inflicted sleep is the splashing of the last bits of blood onto the floor.
Yeah.
You can roll me a con save to see how long you sleep. Because your body and the kind of drug infused state is kind of what forces you to sleep. Okay, roll me a d8 and a d6.
50.
A d8
Yeah,
and a
that's
d6.
1d8
And 1d6. Damn.
and 4.
You wake up 11 hours later.
Again? Didn't I already roll? It was 7. And it was. Didn't we already roll for this? Did
You
we?
already fell. You already tranced, but this is your body wanting sleep.
Yeah, but we already roll, and it was gonna be 9 hours or something. No?
Yeah,
Or,
the apples are really fucking strong. Even the lingering effects are strong. There's a D10 table that I roll on for those. It's
that was
such a
half an
blessing
apple.
of an item.
Yeah.
Yeah, once an hour, pretty much a random effect occurs upon the infused table, right? And I can tell you what's on there, but you already get
Oh,
to
yeah, I don't need to
experience it.
know.
Yeah.
No, I don't need to know. maybe good, maybe bad. This is an interesting thing. She's
There's some actually
falling asleep.
beneficial things still on there.
She actually experiencing sleep is an interesting thing.
Yeah, definitely. Um, in your sleep, you can roll me a D100 and a D20 to see if you actually get to dream or not. Because that's a state that's like very rare for an elf.
D100, you said?
Yeah, and a D20.
Hmm, 18. Finally. Higher than D20.
You have a faint dream, but it's only you kind of walking through like a corridor. But there's no walls or ceiling. It's just all rainbow color. And the path in front of you is like warping and wiggling. Think about Rainbow Bridge, right? And it's just like everything looks so weird, and it's like 2010 video game graphics. It's super pixely on the sides,
Since she's
like
basically having
Pac-Man, like 4 bits.
since she's basically having another lover anyway, could she potentially like because she is like drug, could she potentially like use a lucky to get advantage on the D100 or something? Because gonna reset it.
Sure, I'll allow it.
Because why not? Dream would be interesting.
Yeah, sure.
90.
Jeez, you have no chill, sir. You kind of get to the end of the corridor, right? After some like really wonky walking, right? It's just like you feel the drag, and it's like a roller coaster of a walk down the corridor. Even in your barefooted kind of thing, you look down on yourself and you wear a nightgown out of pure rainbow, right? As you get to it, there's this uh, large field of like rainbow colored flowers, and they all start to change their color, like naming a cheap jab in Minecraft.
Yeah.
As you kind of get to the corridor, there's this like cutoff line, right? You get to see outside a little bit, left and right, and the world just cuts off behind at the left and right of the corridor, and you see a morning sky of well, a deep orange, but it shifts through the color spectrum of red and backwards to orange and yellow. As you see a tree with some kind of a willow tree, as there's these kind of drape pieces hanging off at them, um, in small shades of blue. They seem to ripple top to down like raindrops. There's a faint breeze, and you'll hear a piano, like eerily through the wind.
Is it an interactable dream or?
Well, to a degree. You could tell me a few things you try to influence within the dream.
Yeah. Um. So there was driplets on a tree. You said, right?
Yeah, it's this droopy leaves of this willow tree in the distance, and almost like ice or raindrops, like stalactites. They have this faint glow going from the tree's leaves downwards to where they stop. Then you see a singular water drop kind of drop off it.
Should try and cup her hands to catch the water drop.
Yeah, you get close to the tree and you collect water drops from it. As you see, the leaves are all frozen in deep blue. The tree droops through all assortment of colors in the shade of blue and purple. As the raindrops kind of collect in your hand, you see the colors slowly but surely also change. Deep blue and your skin color amalgamates to this kind of pinkish color, and then into a deep green.
Then sort of look at her own reflection in the water, sort of thing. She
You
would
see a face without eyes.
just like smile, and then she would um, go in and tries to drink the water.
You drink the water as your face gets closer and closer to the liquid. The liquid falls through your hands. You get really close to your hand, right? And almost like diving through your own hand, you look down after the water that you're still trying to get. As you see the water leave a almost circular hole in the ground as you see it thin like paper.
Sort of like grins, and there's a hole there now. You said right?
Yeah, also in your hand.
Sort of like poke through her own hole in her hand.
Yeah,
Start
you basically
laughing
have
there.
your head through it.
Yeah,
You kind of
should
pull
laugh.
back and look at everything for a moment.
Should investigate that sound of the piano to see who's playing it or something.
Carried by the wind, you hear a piano. Um, well, there's no skill checks here, so you kind of listen in, and it seems to be carried by the wind itself. It's the resonance. You would basically hear it being caused by the vibration of the wind in the leaves, in the frozen ones.
I guess you would go up there and try and climb the tree.
It's made from ice. As you touch it, you see your reflection, and almost like a stare, you look at yourself as you try, like, pull up your hand and try to climb. You see yourself in the reflection, and you kind of almost mesmerized by it, stare at it for a moment, as you see the icy texture, and you look at a girl outside of ice, trying to climb where you currently are within the ice.
She basically see herself or some girl climbing at the same time as she's climbing, or is she
As
basically
you
think,
are within the ice, you look at a girl on the outside trying to climb, as you seem forced to move the exact same position with your arms.
yeah, she would look at that girl trying to climb and it's like, why is she trying to climb me? As she'd try and move one of her branches down to sort of help the girl up.
Yeah. You try to you move the ice as you kind of feel alongside the tree almost. You feel like the ice kind of move from the tree stem outwards and then down the leaves. You see yourself moving past the girl trying to climb as you feel falling. You look upwards and you see a ripple of blue and purple upwards as you see the tip of one leaf that fastly disappears and moves away from you. You feel floating and weightless for a moment as you fall through the same hole that the girl used to collect water under the leaf. You see the thin plain and the evening sky as everything becomes small and disappears out of your vision. A minute passes, everything becomes black, and you start to wake up.
That was a dope ass dream.
Hmm?
I hope I dream like that in real life sometime.
I love mindscapes, I'm good at those.
Yeah, that was cool.
But yeah, you wake up at a warm room, like autumn warm, like warm autumn morning. You hear bristling of leaves on the outside as your eyes slowly open and you see the reflection on the kind of leftover like driplets of blood in rainbow colors like a lens flare. Everything is really bright,
Yeah,
like 200% gamma bright.
kind of like this.
Like everything has the light spell.
Yeah, she kind of like closes her eyes for a moment, like, that's too bright.
You close your eyes, it doesn't disappear.
She would, she would like close slowly, oh, slowly open her eyes, and she would look in the direction of Saria.
You look at her. Her clothing is like one of the only things that doesn't seem to produce this flashing light. It's like a hospital neon white.
You should still hear Ronnie snoring or something.
You hear faint. You hear the last bits of the piano actually play in an echo
Oh,
for
oh,
like 10 seconds before you stand up.
whoa! Like, that why humans do this every time? Fascinating. As she, starts trying to recollect her, yeah, her dream, as she do a minor illusion of the tree,
Hmm.
so she'll never forget it.
Yeah. You produce a image of an icern willow tree.
As she
Branches
sort
like
of,
snowflakes, crystals.
uh, she makes some more minor illusions just from her mind, so kind of like to reinforce
You,
the
you yeah,
memory.
you reinforce a little bit of your memory. You would realize that that would be like Dawn's favorite tree a few months ago.
Yeah, until you're like, nah, fuck ice. I'm gonna go God.
Yeah.
Yeah, mm, sort of smiles to herself a little bit. Like, that was an interesting experience. Don't you think? And she sort of like looks to her right and like, oh no, the blood is too dry for her to try to get anything up at this
Yeah.
point. Right. Sort of sighs a little bit, like quite the pickle I got myself into. She looks at Zarya.
You still have the minor illusion in front of you, it becomes a pickle.
Kind of laughs a little bit as as she sort of um like, well, take it in pieces. As it's been some time, so she'll try and eat one sausage again.
Okay, a straight wisdom save.
Um, have she lost another points of exhaustion now? By the way,
No.
uh, 12.
Yeah, you got your mind off the horrible taste with all of this lucid dreaming and training in between. Yeah.
Like,
You can open your mouth, you can stuff it in. Hey, the
like,
con saved.
I forgot how bad this tastes. 17.
Mm-hmm. And the second one?
No,
Because the wisdom was with advantage, right? So it just cancels each other out,
oh,
but not the
but
con.
no, yeah, the third one is third level exhaustion is
Yeah.
sort of mm, 50.
Your stomach rumbles, but on the first one, you're barely good. You have this sore like stomach crawl, like trying to go up your pipe, but you get it down, and you basically it's like throwing a grenade in a tank, right? You throw it in, and then you close the hatch
Yeah,
as you feel your stomach kind of like trying to basically jump, but it's just everything closed off for like a solid minute until it calms down.
I'm in control. Damn it.
Impulses are pretty strong, actually, still.
Yeah,
Ever since you got rid of the insanity, your physical impulses got stronger than before. But it's also the kind of thing, the physical impulses that also, you know, that lets you control blood.
yeah,
So it's nothing you can get rid of.
that's true. Hmm. Okay, so she gets the food down.
Yeah.
And does she feel a little bit less hungry now and a bit more?
Let's see.
Or she's been doing
Faintly,
pretty
yeah. You have half the ration
well.
down.
Oh, okay. Hmm.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But you, yeah, you feel a little better. You also have been eating the past few days. Let me see. Where's my D12? You also recovered 10 of your maximum hit points.
Ooh, funny for
You're
you.
gonna need it.
Oh yeah.
That's the
Also at full.
like what?
You also at like full of your current
Yeah.
max. Yeah.
Uh, that, hmm. Yeah, she's sort of like thinking, what did I do now? Um, she would sort of she would sort of play around with her the mask and the disguise self as she sort of tries to just
Modify it.
yeah, and she's gonna try and basically just change the color of her clothes.
Well, as everything is rainbow, that's hard to do.
I guess.
No, everything is like really white, right?
Yeah.
So it's just like it's hard to discern color.
Oh, it's still like that.
Yeah, it's not. It hasn't changed.
Yeah. So she just closes her eyes and just okay, let's just
Yeah,
like
almost like a screensaver. Everything that you've seen when you close your eyes is kind of imprinted in your eye.
yeah. Just go
It's
okay,
like a
let's just
frozen image.
before. Um, hmm. She do minor illusion as she starts to play dragon chess with herself.
Minor illusion tries to play
Minor
dragon chess and it's all white pieces.
like, how the fuck am I gonna discern? He's like, okay, like, okay, okay, I see how it is. God damn it. She kind of sighs this. Damn it. These are like, could train magic, but I don't want to exhaust myself magically. Can't, I don't want to cut my blood. So she opens the bottle with the blood as
Mhm.
she sort of like she just gets out sort of like uh, okay, like you know, like a teaspoon, not even that, like just a
Mhm.
small amount,
Yep.
just super small amount. Cork it up again as she basically starts to play around
You
training.
you look at the bottle and it has this weird white liquid in it.
Yeah, it's not. I know that that's not just. I know what that is though. She
Yes,
just.
you
I
do.
know the taste is. I can smell it. I should get this
Yes, you
little
can.
droplet of that weird white liquid, just like few droplets, basically, as she starts to um, play around with it. As she's sort of like, why is everything so white? starts to she starts to play around with that as she sort of like just hold that thing, hold a
Yeah.
little
You
blood
hear
bowl.
footsteps outside.
Yeah, she would listen, try and kind of like yeah,
Everything
hear it from the
sounds
footsteps.
really like dim, almost
Mm,
suppressed in sound. Almost like having cushions on your ears.
yeah, she's thinking that's probably because of the apple.
Oh, really?
I'm still high.
Yes. You slept for 11 hours and you're still high.
Well, she was exhausted, so
Hmm.
sleeping was something she needed.
Oh yeah. But yeah, you hear some footsteps outside, and a guy looks in, right?
She opens the bottle, gets the small droplets in, as she sort of like, they'll not, as she actually speaks now, like, it's like, hello?
He like knocks with a kind of the backhand of his hand against the door frame, right? As there's no real like
Yeah.
not much of a door left there.
He's like,
He looks at you and he says,
by all means, come in.
"Mm-hmm, yeah,
Sorry, sorry, it's not, I didn't, you know, excuse the mess, but I wasn't expecting guests.
haha. We're not a hotel, you know that, right?
I know.
Yeah.
Sorry, I still hasn't woken up. As you can see, she's breathing and she's fine physically, but
Mm. Then she should be fine."
one can always hope.
He
Problem is that her
he
soul
looks
has
at
not.
you, right, and it's just like,
Maybe.
"We're debating on leaving town. You should probably leave this room at some point." As he goes off.
She's like, wait. She's like, wait, one moment. Does he stop?
He's gone.
Like,
I don't wait for no woman.
Yeah.
she
Two
actually
things
had
I don't wait for: the bus, women.
she actually had information for him about that. Yeah, but you should. Okay. Like, she actually kind of like fucking man. Ah, just comes and goes at sleep, please. Honey, you awake yet?
You hear something muttered in a different language, and you hear this, and then you hear her turn around in a very dim kind of.
Like, she knows it's day now, so she don't wanna look out. You know, it's there. She will wait until she sort of hears hears some footsteps again. She kind of like
You hear very faint footsteps, a lot.
hmm. Yeah, she do minor illusion, kind of like at the one of the broken windows or something, um, and she would sort of like you never like want to speak to Gary. No, like bring Gary. It says
Oh, you make a like an imprint on her hand, like a symbol.
no. She basically just minor illusion. You know, one at one of the broken windows. It's just sort of like a holographic advertisement
A
sign
flat
almost.
image, yeah.
As it just says, "Bring me Gary." And she just kind of like, you know, she's just playing around with a blood training knot on the side as she sort of just every now and then sort of reapplies it,
Okay.
thinking
Yeah.
that eventually someone will see it and bring Gary.
Mm, yeah. Oopsie. Oh, take it. There you go. Yeah, those two would come over after some while. He pokes his head through the imagery and looks inside, left, right. Huh?
Hey there, as
Ah, hi.
he hears her voice now for the first time, which would feel like, hmm, I fixed my condition with the not being able to speak. Can I
Okay.
come in?
Whatever. Sure.
Hmm.
He looks around, sees all the blood, just like, what the fuck?
Well, the elder wanted to get the Saria situation fixed one way or another.
Okay, yeah. With like a
It's
lot of air in his mouth, he's just like, no.
mm, points towards her.
Yeah,
She's alive, at least.
good.
At least her body. I don't know if her soul has returned to her yet or not, but at least she has a fighting chance now.
Okay.
You
Well,
probably don't understand much what I'm saying, are you? But,
no, she was a pain in the ass the entire time, but
hmm,
at least locked away, we knew she was safe. And we were safe. Like this, I don't know. I don't do well with sick people.
hmm. Well, you were with her at that place,
Yeah.
right? You surely know a thing or two about her, don't you?
I
Or,
know enough to not like her.
hmm, okay, I understand. Last we met was in that alleyway. Did you remember? Well, out of character, what happened to him? She never met him after that, did she? Or,
No, you met him a lot earlier.
hmm,
He was caught up in it. He still has a critical injury from it.
hmm. How are you ruined since that battle?
He shakes his head.
Just regretful that that happened.
Hmm.
Just know that I could have ran away, but I stayed trying to protect all of you, including
Hmm. Yeah, those guys came back twice.
cut down a few of them, but in the end, they defeated me. I wasn't able to protect you. Sorry for that. I did my best. For what it's worth, just know that I really tried to save all of you. But anyway, have you ever heard any words of our former associates?
He shakes his head. No, we're all stranded.
So, what's the plan for you now?
We're leaving in the night. Well, before middle of the day strikes, it is said.
So, let's just say it like this. This is the calm before the storm. Or maybe we're in the eye of it. But just know that shit will probably hit the fan sooner rather than later. You should
He
try to listen.
shrugs. It's just like,
Go
there's no
with
air,
them.
there's just shit. And he gets out. There's no air going through this fan, it's just shit. And sometimes air hits the fan.
Yeah, they wise decision to leave.
What do you do?
It's day outside. Ron is not up. Can't really do much. I mean, I guess she, if she's covered up well enough, can she be out? She's been able to be out in the day before.
Hmm?
But has that changed?
I don't know, you haven't been outside.
Hmm. But she felt it before their house.
It's warm. Always has been.
Yeah,
Just without clothing, it's so warm that it feels like a microwave.
yeah. And I guess she would sort of, because it is day, so she's gonna like starts to check her wrappings again, and she was sort of like you
You
know,
do so.
double check the wrappings and wrap yourself up. Or,
A lot of them are blood soaked, and yeah.
yeah, so not necessarily a bad thing.
No. Yes. No.
As she would sort of try and get out in this room a little bit
Yeah.
to avoiding looking out, but try and just check on Ronnie.
Yeah. She is uh still asleep. More by choice than by need.
Yeah. Sorry, um, she needs to get. Um, so when she goes out in this room, how does it feel with the sun stuff?
Sorry?
How does it feel with the sun and stuff coming in this room?
Well, it's a warm room.
Hmm.
Everything's still really bright. Like everything's glowing white.
But it doesn't seem to affect her too much.
No, it didn't change from yesterday.
Okay. They have blankets and stuff on top, I guess, too.
Nope.
But
Zarya doesn't.
no, they have this area. The blankets on top of the roof.
Yeah.
Hmm.
There's some faint light going in. That's what I said.
Hmm. Should check on Saria. Well,
Yeah.
alright.
She's
Yeah,
still incapacitated.
really need to wake up.
You poke her with your finger. You need to wake up. Meanwhile, Zarya.
She managed to get some meat down in her at least. Does it seem like her body has started to heal itself?
Nope.
No,
Ghouls don't regenerate.
they regenerate by eating meat.
Faintly, yeah.
Hmm.
Over time, when they're resting, not when they're incapacitated.
That's the same thing.
Nope.
Um,
Because
she
she's not resting. She's sleeping, yes, but she's not resting. There's a difference in that.
okay. So she would keep her head down as she
Okay,
kind of
you
uh,
go outside, you feel the warmth. Garadone, in the meanwhile,
Yep,
um, you took a short rest.
that is correct.
Yes. Um, what do you do in the morning as you wake up at? No, you don't wake up. You basically just doze and
Yeah,
did
yeah.
some finer things.
Well, yeah, I took care of my wound, and I was also using an hour and some wood to craft myself
Yeah.
my thingy again that
Yeah.
was destroyed.
That said, give me
Okay.
a session recap.
Okay. Um, I got 1 second. Yes. So I found myself in the cellar
Mhm.
and tried to escape for the third time. However, while it was a beneficial situation, I still failed miserably when leaving the place, prompting the golden scissor friend to wake up.
Mhm.
On that note, I was like, "Yo, screw this. We've been here before. I'm not gonna go past it." So I offered him, "How about we make a trade?" He accepted on the recognition that I need to make himself an artifact that allows him to find someone. Now, I didn't know the spell, but with a combination of other spells, I was able to kind of figure out a rune that might actually do this. On the presence, it gives me double the amount of materials. I would try it. He only managed to bring me back one, enough for one. Supplied with enough magical force in the ring to cast the spell required for it, and then I made myself onto my crafting. Luckily for me, the first attempt went really well, even better than I actually originally expected or planned, and managed to provide him with the item. As such, he held up his part of the deal and let me and my colleague go with everything that we had on us. Great. Delighted that we were left out on basically the following day towards the evening, we decided to make our way back to the barracks, where we then took a brief step in a tavern, had a nice conversation with, I presume, basically a paladin and a
Yeah.
wizard that does mail. Um, a bit of a back and forth there, which was quite interesting, and moved onwards from there back to the barracks, where I found, sadly, no empty place, but at least found a bed for me and Blitz, where we both took a short rest, and I decided to use that short rest to, well, carve my little friend, because that was generally not anything better to do, until the sunrise would come up. Then, on the dot of the sunrise, I would decide for myself. Let's go to the smithy and then go to the guard post, where we find ourselves now in the barracks, done with my little bit of crafting,
Yeah.
and
Torn out of your yeah, thought, you hear the few sets of footsteps outside your door and just through the hallway and back and forth.
mhm.
You also hear a knock on your door.
All right, I
The guy on the
unsummon.
bed gets up, right, and he just prepares himself, starts wearing his boots and his armor, and picking up his stuff.
Okay, I unsummon the thingy.
Hmm?
What that? Do I actually give it a? Did I actually give it a name? I don't think I did.
Yeah, Eldritch Cannon.
Yeah, but that's a bit like boring.
Yeah.
For now,
You
Eldritch Cannon.
you pull out a
I
screw
unsummon.
and it just folds together into this like cube size with a metallic strap, and you just pull it over
Yes,
your back.
there you go. And yeah, then I tackle Blitz a bit like, hey, something's up. Sorry, hey, something is up.
Hi. No.
And yeah, I stand up and I guess either the soldier's gonna go out or he's waiting for someone to come in.
No. Somebody knocked at your door.
All right.
Still see the faint shadow of candlelight or the torchlight uh, under the
Hmm,
door.
okay.
The door
Um.
has like 2 inches of missing floor on the bottom, so you can pry it open easily. So nobody
Okay.
can like barricade themselves inside.
Yeah. I would open the door.
You waddle up to the door and you see the doorknob is pretty high up. You get a jump a little bit. It's elvish sized,
Okay.
but
Fair
yeah,
enough.
um,
Well,
a few hops you would be able to open it.
okay. Well, let's have a look first underneath it to see what's on the other side, and then if
Shoes.
I see military boots, yeah. But are they the military boots all the elven guys wear, or other shoes?
Well, shoes are not standardized militarized gear,
All right. Fair enough. Okay, then I'll hop
but
and
they're
open the
brown
door.
leather. Yeah, you open the door. You see a guy in green, brown, and silver armor. He looks at you.
Greetings.
He has like a bunch of letters in his hand. He looks at you. Have a name?
Yes, Garadon, new recruit, started today.
No,
Victor.
not first name, second name.
Oh,
Surname.
Runemaker.
Runemaker. He shuffles through like letters, right? And
I
he,
believe I'm supposed to report to the captain first and get my assignment.
oh yeah, I've seen a letter for you. Wait, he pulls like something out of his like bag, right? He has a bag full of letters, and he
Hmm.
pulls one out, right? After like few rumblings. Uh, Blitz and Runemaker here.
Correct.
They have a sigil on them that's usually not good. You realize you've been
Hmm.
in captivity for an entire day, so that's probably a letter
Yeah,
of
no.
absence.
Yeah, I'm well aware of this. No.
He
Yeah, I
looks at
kind of.
those, right, and it's just like whenever those flutter in, that's not good.
Well, it wasn't by choice, but I will have to explain that when it comes.
Huh.
And well,
Okay, it just you're new, right?
Well, as I said, I technically speaking started yesterday, but
Ah, okay, yeah. Okay, then I can exactly tell you what's on there.
uh-huh.
It's a
I should
letter of
still read it.
absence gonna tell you they keep 50% of your pay for your
Cool.
absence.
I should still read it, and I'll have a quick look at it.
Yeah, it's a letter from the
Is
office.
it in common or in Elvish? Actually, on the letter.
Uh, well, you can read your name. Apart from that, it's Elvish. You
Okay. All
only
right.
know it's the stencil and the same symbol that's on the place where you got recruited and you got your ID.
Fair enough. All right. I'm like, this is annoying. I will have to explain that. Anyway, so what's our to do for today then, or should we go to the captain first?
Oh, well, the captain says meet the captain. They would assume that would still count. Apart from that, I mean,
Okay.
he
Well, in
he
this
clicks
case,
his boots together and it's just like, get up and
okay,
quick.
cool. Where would the captain be? Because I left him last time at the. Wait, which of these towers did I leave him again? Fuck.
Yeah, the Devon City is big.
You don't say.
I
I can
left him
find his pic.
somewhere.
Well, actually, I just asked him, so I assume he can answer.
As if he knows where the captain is at all times.
No, but he knows where his post is, so
Nobody has a set post. Everybody is specific routes
Okay.
somewhere.
Even the officers? Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Useless, disorganized bunch.
Yeah,
No
it's
wonder they're
elves.
gonna
They're
have an
chaotic.
uproar. No wonder they're gonna have an uproar.
Yeah.
Okay.
Elves are innately chaotic,
Well,
so yeah.
I don't want to spend the whole day trying to look for him. Do you have any suggestion where it might make sense, or
Mm,
someone who might know where he
go
is?
to the office. The approximation of where they should be is in there.
Okay, where's the office?
Main square.
Main square. Okay, am I allowed to enter there?
You have an ID?
Yeah.
You got your gear alright?
No. Uh, he gave me money to get my
Just
gear.
show the letter you have.
That's a very good point. I shall do that.
Well, good
All right,
morning.
let's go.
He cracks his neck and it's just like he's not really awake
Fair.
as he starts leaving. Post guy. Postcard.
Um. Actually, considering I'm so early in the morning, early in the morning. I will probably do a slight detour. There we go. Where was it again? Northwest. Uh, yeah, yeah, no, it's so early in the morning. I should be fine. Um, I would probably go around and then northwest to the trading area.
Okay, you leave the building and you see a bunch of people kind of looking in the sky, including those two just pointing at something in the air.
I have a look.
Con save against morning sun and also the dome that emits sunlight. Staring into the sun is
Oh.
not a healthy thing.
Yeah, sure, but he pointed at something. He didn't say he pointed at the sun.
Yeah, no, but it's pretty straight up.
Fair enough.
Because the entire kind of dome over the city shines and almost without caps.
You don't say. 22.
Wow, that's pretty good. Um, where did that shit summon? What the fuck? Hold the phone.
What?
Wait a moment. Why is it? Give me a moment. Technical difficulties. There we go. Let me just.
Suddenly there's a massive hive mind over the city.
Nah. It's weirder.
Dude, fuck off. Uh,
Didn't want to do that. But you would spot around here. There. About 250 feet in the air.
mm-hmm.
A perfectly, almost circular, horizontal portal spell. In an opaque, deep red. You also see,
Can I estimate the size?
sure, investigation roll. You hold out your thumb and you do some faint calculations. They are not very precise.
13.
Okay, they're not too precise. You could say it's somewhere in between. Depends on how far it actually is. Um, like 5 feet, 20 feet portal, something in between. It's not too large. It's just really far
Okay,
away.
fair enough. Um, on that note, I take out my sending stone.
Yes. You hear a bunch of messages.
Wait, oh yeah, because 2 days passed. Yeah,
Yeah.
correct.
You hear two
Um,
messages. One of them is just Hester cursing, like literally just straight up like 6 seconds of cursing.
great, Hester. Well done.
The other one would be okay. So if I get this junk to work, I could definitely try to make it to you, but I'm not promisable. And he lists like 12 components that are completely fucked.
Okay. Can I, from what he mentioned to me, could I
Yes.
think of a way that might help him with what he has? Because I saw
Um.
the inside of his ship and everything, and I work with him on it, so I should have a
Ooh.
reasonable understanding.
Yes, but you're not a vehicular guy. But yeah, you can roll me investigation with disadvantage. Ooh.
Yeah, with a 9, probably not going to be too helpful.
You find a hard way, like finding a way to piece any of the remaining things together into anything
Cool.
usable. He needs to
Fair
repair
enough.
some of the components. Else, like he could probably like if he gets a way to make wheels, he can probably make it a bike or maybe a car. Flying, like okay, maybe like a hoverboard, right? But that's about
Yeah.
that. It's probably not gonna be a plane for quite some
Okay.
while unless he puts some major work in it or he performs a miracle.
I
Because
say,
he
I s-
explains how basically the entire cockpit, right, when it crashed, he got out of it into the back of the plane, right, and the entire cockpit got pushed through the internals,
nice.
kind of producing this kind of cup of like hardened, like militaristic, like military grade glass, which is just
Suddenly, I don't
steel
feel
and
too bad
glass
anymore.
combination, right, around him.
Suddenly, I don't feel so bad anymore to not fly with him.
Yeah, that thing is like structurally very harsh. He also gave you an imagery of the kind of havoc that rained down with all of this stuff, and he
Hmm.
said the three ships that were following him, they were too fast. He made a hard brake, and then shoot all of the three in the engines. They crashed even harder.
Okay.
Like they were at
In this,
top speed. He slowed down before hitting the atmosphere.
damn. All right. In this case, I respond. Well, for your information, the sun just went over the horizon on our part. We are inside a large city with a shield surrounding it. If you were to able to make the machine fly, you probably would have a fairly easy time spotting from above. On a suggestion note, there are multiple capsules that were launched from the ship that might have landed in your area. If you can make it hover somewhat in the air, you would have a vantage point and find them, or use the relic of the other ships that were shot down to replace some of the parts.
It's a lot too many words, so it's gonna cut off like somewhere in the half. But yeah, the point of there's some capsules somewhere around, you barely get it across.
Fair enough. Okay, I'll leave it at that then. I got the most
It's just
important
like
point across.
Elven City, big shield, advantage point, you can't miss it, and there's capsules in your area.
Yeah, okay. In this case, me and Blitz were like, I think I don't like this portal. Let's go away from it.
You go a few blocks leftwards, and you see a guard kind of over here climbing the side of the wall.
Like climbing over it?
Yeah, like climbing the side of a wall, like windows, and you see flower pots falling off.
Okay. I approach it from this and like, what are you doing?
He's 10 feet up, right? Or like 15 feet up the sides of, like, kind of crude, not even
Yeah,
copper, but
I can still call him though.
yeah, of course. He looks down over his shoulder, right? And he looks at something. He has think about an emergency like rope and anchor. It's a
Mm,
sharp metallic spike with a rope around his hand. in one hand, and kind of yeah, with his other hand he's holding himself and kind of pulling himself up. He with both of his elbows he looks over his shoulder, right, on the kind of side roof. He looks down and he says, "Huh?
What are you doing up there?
Climbing? Don't you see it?
Why?
Because I need to get up there."
Okay. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, he proceeds to climb.
Okay.
A few steps afterwards, you hear a whoop.
And he falls, I assume.
Yeah, he gets caught in the rope.
Oh, right. Fair enough.
Hmm.
I'll make my way slowly through the city.
Yeah. Roll me perception check.
Me and him, or just me?
Just you for your character.
15.
Yeah, you would spot the next one.
Hmm. That's probably not a good sign. We should hurry and start actually running rather than just walking.
Yeah. You see all sorts of guards on patrol.
Um, Up here, I'm looking for, yeah, I thought so.
Yeah.
For a trader. So like anything that is interested, that would be basic gear, that would be armor, coloring. Maybe I find even relevant weapons to me that is better than a fucking crossbow.
Yeah.
You know,
You
let's
would
see. Oh,
see a shop from here that would be located there.
what kind of shop?
It has a crossbow symbol. It looks adventure-y.
Okay. I can have a quick look.
Yeah, you head towards the shop. Let me just fetch that image. Just make a generic token copy. Okay. Oh yeah, I need to. Give me a moment. Yeah, you go towards the shop, and it seems small-sized actually.
Okay.
What do you do?
By knock on the door. See if still
Yeah,
anyone is inside.
well, there's torchlight inside, lanterns.
Yeah, true. Doesn't mean they're necessarily open. I mean, the sun literally just got up, so
Though you don't
it's
see a
like
closed sign. There's no
fair
curtains.
enough. I'll open the door then.
It's unlocked.
Yeah, so open the door.
You get inside. You see sitting on a countertop a goblin.
Oh, okay. Um, I respond
Sorting
in.
coins.
Okay. I'll say greetings in Goblin.
She looks up for a moment. You hear the kind of her ears as she shakes herself, and just like she responds with a very hello, and in goblin, like crude goblin.
All right. Oh, apologies. I just wanted to be kind.
In what language?
In this case, common, because she seems not very
Yeah, she
good at.
stands on the countertop, almost reaching the roof, kind of looking over shelves in the room,
Yeah.
right? Kind of spotting the big kenku, kind of the back curled over in the tiny shop, and he like looks at her and he says, "Not me," and he points at you. And you see her basically just over a tiny shelf, right? And she looks at
Mm,
you and just like, "I don't speak common too well, sorry. I goblin." Hmm.
that's fine. I thought I'm just gonna be polite. That's all.
She looks at you. You're not the greenskin. How do you know it?
Oh, well, I had to do with other goblins.
Ah, makes sense.
Yeah,
What do you want?
you guys, you guys are whack, but you come up with some cool ideas.
Yeah, welcome to the your whack ideas of crossbows.
Hmm.
She smiles.
Yeah. Uh, yeah, I would have a quick look at the assortment. What it's his only crossbows she's offering.
Pretty much, but it's also an amalgamation of things.
Okay.
You look throughout the shelves, right? And on the like
Mm.
you let your eyes wander and you see all these curiosities and kind of like little tiny bits and bobs. Your eyes gloss on one of the top shelves, like it's a crossbow, right? But it's like double layer.
Okay.
It's a
Eh,
double decker crossbow.
you guys sure like your crossbows here.
Eh, uh, it's I don't know. People enjoyed it and something I didn't find anywhere.
Fair. On that subject, then finally, do you think um I'm looking for something a bit more modern?
Hmm?
I'm not much of a. I mean, I have one, and I show my small hand crossbow, but
Hmm?
I'm not.
That's a crossbow? That looks weird.
Oh yeah, because
It's a
this
bolt
is the
launcher,
original.
yeah. There's no bow to it.
Yeah,
It's just very strong rubber bands getting pulled backwards.
yeah. I mean, it is technically speaking a crossbow, but it's a very advanced crossbow.
Yes. It's a bolt launcher, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it basically does the same, but different. Are you interested?
She looks away for a moment and then yes, yes. Her eyes go wide.
I thought so. Now, this is a bit of an ingenuity, and I roughly explain how. No, wait, I don't. Like, if you buy it off me, I'll also explain to you how it works. Then you can actually make them yourself.
Yeah, how much? She squints
Hmm.
her eyes, right, and the ears go kind of like perfectly sideways.
Okay. Do you know what? I'm actually genuinely don't know much about this world and its currency.
Yeah.
So, okay, I know that a whole equipment is worth 700 quid. Rough. No, wait, how much did they give me again? Uh, duh, 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 duh. Oh, yeah, 60 platinum. So the whole
Six hundred
equipment
gold.
for, yeah, 600 gold. So I'll put it down as 60 platinum because it was easier. Um.
A platinum is 100, mate.
Oh.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
6 platinum.
6 platinum.
No, a
Apology.
one platinum is 10 gold. What's the standard?
Oh yeah, here,
Mm,
yeah,
Yeah.
he's no. The calculator in
yeah.
D&D Beyond changes to 60 is 600 gold. No,
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
okay. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Because that's
Okay,
not normal
if I
prices,
could,
but yeah, it's okay.
yeah, if I consider basic
Keeping that in
equipment,
mind.
armor, boots, and somewhat else, I would think a crossbow probably makes about 10%
By
of.
modern military standard, the weapon is half a equipment's cost. By your military standards.
About my military standards. Okay,
Yes.
fair enough.
Yeah, like
So,
think about a gun and then
okay.
a combat
Oh,
vest,
yeah,
right?
okay.
That's
So
that kind
I
of
think normally
stuff.
we have about 2 to 3 weapons normally.
Yeah.
So if it's half the cost, so that's so it's 300 gold, and then divided so 100 gold. So I would assume that a weapon is somewhere worth around 100 gold
Yeah.
based on my knowledge. Like, um, yeah, I haven't been around here much, but I guess 100 gold for the knowledge and the bow, the crossbow.
She looks away. It's just like grits her teeth almost. It's just like that's a weird weapon for 100 gold.
How about you
Oh yeah, but it
demonstrate it
works
first?
fantastic. Do you mind if I show you? Do you have anything like as a target?
Uh-huh. She looks around and your eyes with your passive investigation, you see all of the kind of sharp edges in the floor and the ceiling.
Ah,
Yeah,
it
crossbow
would randomly
mishaps.
shoot.
Yeah.
Okay. Like, well, I shoot over there, and you can see how easy it works, right?
Huh?
I just point basically somewhere at the floor there.
Her face just says, "Why are people keep doing this?"
Well, because she doesn't have a target in there. That's not my
Yeah, yeah,
fault.
I know. She knows. It's just like,
Yeah.
can you not shoot it in here? Can you not just go hunting
Well,
or something? But it's like you don't know. You're oblivious. So yeah, you point your crossbow and shoot it into
I'm
the
not
floor.
sure like how fast I can load it because of the mechanism.
Yeah, it's basically like a lever on
Which,
top.
yeah.
Ah,
Actually, do I get the one bonus for this? 1 second. Uh, here.
repeating shot would work on it.
No, no, no. What I have doesn't work on this. Never mind. It's fine.
But yeah,
Yeah.
roll to hit. Let's see how precise you are where you aim and where you shoot at.
Thank you. The game is not trying to ruin me. 18.
Yeah, you point at the floor. You basically point out like a crack in the floorboard, and it goes like a quarter of an inch next to it.
Hmm.
That's a
And
pretty good shot.
and because of the easy mechanism, the loading is much easier, and even individuals who are not particularly capable of doing so will have an easier time of usage. So basically, it's very beginner friendly.
She started forward and she says, 65. 65.
Can I roll insight? See if that's actually a good deal.
You sure?
12?
I need to take a look at the press of crossbow.
To be fair, I
What
don't
crossbow
think
is it? Is it a hand crossbow or normal?
No, it's a light crossbow.
Hmm?
The thing's 25 gold worth.
Yeah. Like she doesn't look like a good trader in the first place.
Fair enough. Explains why she's there.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, I also said a knowledge, so it's not just like the
Yeah.
crossbow.
It's information of this weird weapon, and it's good.
Yeah.
Tickles the fancy.
Okay, I mean, in this case, I would say, yeah, I think she's not trying to screw me over.
Yeah.
Okay, like, okay, I'm having a good day and I don't want to spend too much time. It's a deal. And I'll shake hands with her.
She gnaws out of the cashier register, right? She gnashes out the 65 gold.
I actually made a lot of money just now. Probably not going to be helpful in any way, shape, or form, but hey,
Doesn't help if you can't spend it.
basically. Okay. Yeah, I'll show her quickly how it works as well, so she can see it. And then put it back together. I assume it's probably going to take 10-15 minutes.
Blitz walks around like a storch, right?
Yeah.
In the thing with a very crooked neck, and he just says, I can sit on a chair for 12 hours straight and do paperwork, but if I keep bending like this, I'm gonna just stab somebody.
Like, don't worry, I just want to do it for a quick shop and then.
Yeah, he's crawling out of this.
Fair enough. Um,
Was it so low? The roof so low?
It's
there?
it's made for small people, not for medium creatures.
That's
all right,
interesting.
we continue on then.
Basically,
after
there's a stairs to the side that go upwards, right, to another layer, and then there's another thing above it, like a common a place that you can basically rent or buy, right? And this is
Probably
just
like
half a
legit
building.
living
Yeah,
up
it's yeah.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Blitz looks at you, right, and he says, "Did it get colder?" He looks at you.
I check.
Survival check.
Ooh, I'm not particularly good at survival. Yeah, no idea.
No clue.
Literally might as well be hotter. Okay.
He looks
Can't
at you,
tell.
and it's just like, it seems colder, is it? And he like looks around, and you see some faint leaves, right, that made its way in the town. It's just like He looks at them, right? And he runs up to it, picks them up. Like, think a
Okay.
handful scoop of leaves
Right.
in the corner. He
Follow up.
he takes like 2 or 3 in his mouth and starts chewing on them.
Okay, just catch up when you're done, yeah?
Ah, Tim, leaves. Just tries to spit them out, and there's chunks of leaves flying out of his mouth.
Yeah, I'll let him be weird if he wants to be weird.
Wait for me.
Okay, okay. Just need to get sound dropping done before we head to him.
You see red strings stretched throughout all of the top layer here.
Okay.
Uh,
Does it look like decor?
Sorry?
Does it look like decoration?
No, it looks like not cobwebs, but think about a spider web, alright?
Okay.
And you hear the faint bzoo bzoo of somebody walking across it.
Hmm. I'm just looking for the shops. I'll leave them.
Hmm. See the guard looking at you a little weird.
Oh yeah. I was like, what? Why are these webs here?
He points out to the guy inspecting the portal.
Hmm. Okay, fair enough. I'll continue on. I want to get my shopping done, for fuck's sake.
Not gonna happen.
I'm trying.
You're on your morning routine, right? Shabir, you would also hear it as you're leaving the building. You would hear clouds and rain.
That's odd for being inside, right? That doesn't really happen.
Well, you're out. You went outside.
Yeah, but there being like clouds because there's like a shield around the
No,
city,
but
so that's
above the
normal.
city shield and around
Oh,
in the environment. As you hear faint rain droplets on the clothing around, and yeah, Garadon, you get a few droplets on yourself.
mm, oh. Can I just say to herself once this? Just don't mess around. I guess you're still at Gyarados.
And without it being too cold, it faintly snows. What do you do?
Oh, you actually do weather effect.
Yeah, I
I see
actually
the
put the weather
snow.
effect on for it.
That's pretty funny. That's pretty cool.
Oh yeah, the weather effect also stacks. Like if I copy this thing and paste it a bunch of times and activate them all, right? It's so much fucking snow that happens then.
Oh shit! Yeah, it's a lot of snow. Are you asking me or Gyarados, or is it like you asking both? Um,
Yeah, but it's snowing in autumn.
yeah, that's not unheard of, but that's strange.
It's also warm.
Yeah.
It's like 20 degrees outside, like Celsius.
She sort of looks into Ronnie. Like, Ronnie, time to wake up.
Hmm. Mm, shush.
Ronnie.
She like grits her entire face, like kind of squishes it all together.
Kind of goes in and grab her her sheet, kind of like she did on the court, and like pull it out a bit, and like, Ronnie.
You don't
It's
let me
snowing.
sleep. It's
It's
snowing.
snowing. Don't you want to see the snow?
Oh, sure, whatever. She slowly gets herself in an upright position. It's just like, isn't it autumn?
Yes.
Why is it snowing then?
The storm is coming.
Yay, snow.
You just completely went past her head. I love it.
It's she gets up, right? It's just like, okay, so what are you gonna do? Make a snow angel? The snow always
Yeah,
makes my gear rust.
yeah. She kind of
I
like
don't want to
points
buy
to.
oil. It's expensive.
Wait. Oh, you mean the special oil that you do with the equipment, right? Not the one you burn?
What?
Well, there's
It's too
different
early
types.
for this shit. Shut up.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, metal oil. Yeah. So
Hmm.
it doesn't rust. Yeah. Whatever. She gets like on her butt and sits upright and starts to yaw, but she shakes her head. She's like, "What a headache that was yesterday." Hmm.
Yeah.
She has a point of exhaustion.
You're sleepwalking.
But yeah, she gets outside with you.
Mm.
She holds her hand kind of upwards, just like, "What the hell is this?" As there's
Um,
some faint snowflakes rustling with between the sheets.
did she see Gary?
Yeah.
She's like, looks at Gary, like, told you a storm was coming.
Ronnie, to the side of you, just chuckles a little bit, and you see him turn around. It's just like, yeah, you're a fortune teller or something. I don't know.
Hmm? She kind of like smiles. And then she looks back at Ronnie, like, hmm. So, I have good and bad news. What do you want to hear first?
Bad ones first, whatever.
Hmm. Okay. Uh, Look at this. As she starts to walk towards the other room.
Look at this! Goes inside.
Yeah, because she looks through the window or something.
Yeah, sure.
She sort of like gets to point where the tether, as she goes to kind of like go to
Yeah.
tether and kind of like try and show her that "Doop," okay, that she stops mid stuff.
She scratches her head. First of all, you talk now, and second of all, you're a mime, right? Not
Huh?
talking, doing that.
Hmm. Do you want me to keep doing that? Yeah, if you want to.
Do the box thing.
She doing the box thing again. Like, is this better?
Roll performance.
36.
Yeah, you're pretty good at it.
Really, son?
I almost believe it.
She letters almost believe what?
That you're trapped in a box.
Throw put a hand in front of her mouth and start laughing. To do the box thing again, and she says, "I had something in my throat. That's why I couldn't speak. But and I had apples that numb pain. I gave you some so you could sleep last night
Ah,
and feel pain.
that's why the headache.
Yeah, but you were sort of in a state of panic, so and the pain didn't help. I would assume so. I
Eh,
gave you some
no.
of that apple so you could rest."
She looks at her wound. She's fine enough.
Yeah, I had some too, which relaxed my throat. This is all in text, by the way, which relaxed my throat and allowed
It's all
me to
in
have sleep.
text. Are you not talking?
No, she didn't take because she yeah because she was like, hey, because she seemed to want that.
Oh, okay, yeah. So as a choice, I get it. That's cool.
No, it's still like, and she's like, no, it wasn't. As he actually says what it was. No, it wasn't a choice. I had something stuck in my throat, but I used that apple. It was like an apple that
Huh?
relieves pain, and it numbs pain, and it relieves the muscles in my throat, which managed, which made it so I managed to swallow it.
Ah,
That's what I meant.
okay. That's totally not weird. Why are you eating crystals? And
Um,
she like goes like really close to you, right? And she shakes you. You know, girls, drugs are not good for you.
hmm.
And you're like, oh.
Yeah, I guess,
Doesn't
but
help that you're still under the effects of them.
yeah, but I had a dream. I dreamt of a
Okay,
crystal
yeah.
icy tree. It was cool. It looked like this as she did the minor illusion toward the tree.
Hey, it's ice and it's snowing. Guess you are a fortune teller, like you said.
She thinks for a moment. Hmm, maybe. Uh, that's a bit disturbing if that's the case. This is how my reflection looked. As she shows her an image of her own reflection in the dream. I really
Uh,
hope I get to keep my eyes. Kind of like those.
uh-huh.
Yeah,
Kinda. I
it's
would
good
enjoy
stuff.
having eyes.
Ice is good to have.
Mhm.
So negative thing. I'm tethered to Saria's body.
Uh,
I can't move
did
my
what
internal
to
force.
her?
So I tried to save her life,
Yeah.
and in order to do so, I kind of had to connect her body to me.
Like, uh, like conjoined twins?
Yeah, kind of like that.
Doesn't look like it.
What do you say?
Conjoined twins.
Yeah, so we're sort of connected. I had to connect our life force. You could say it was like a string that's connecting her soul to her body. Her soul
Uh,
kind of
yeah, voodoo. Woohoo.
well, I connected her body to mine so that her soul has a chance to get back to it. Now, I've done what I can for her,
Okay,
but in her,
priestess of
oh,
insanity.
I've been called worse.
It
But
depends what you do. I might.
hmm, well, anyway, basically, she has it. She maybe will come back, but I don't know. But negative side is that I can't really, move away from her too much, which is kind of like makes walking around a little bit of a, you know, hassle.
Yeah, she looks at you, right? It's just like she like pulls the blade like from her side and she puts it like on your shoulder, right? And it's just like, yeah, just stay with your witchcraft out of this radius. As she like turns it away from your neck, just away, like 180 degrees behind her. Whatever you do, just do it outside of this radius, huh?
Um, as long as it's not to save your life,
No, just do it outside of this radius.
even if you die from not happening.
I'm not getting saved by magic. Fuck that.
Interesting. You're already being saved by magic.
That's I was just like, eh,
Where did you get that coat?
found it.
Hmm, Has it protected you well?
It, it's cozy, huh?
Hmm?
It's a good blanket.
Yeah. I think it's enchanted with some sort of protection magic.
Hmm. I think it's my lucky jacket.
Yeah? Maybe because it is your lucky jacket, it became magical. Magic can
That
become
sounds
magical.
weird.
Hmm? Yeah? If one believes something hard enough, then sometimes it becomes reality.
Ooh,
You
yeah,
believe?
then I'm God, and nobody's ever gonna die, and that girl is fine then, and I don't know. Power of
But,
belief. That's insane.
well, you may believe so, but the subject still, it's still true that your jacket have some abjuration magic on it that will keep you safe. Okay. So,
Well, I know it's not gonna burn me alive, so
no,
yeah.
it'll just keep you safe. But the other good news is that she's alive, so don't have to drag around a corpse.
Uh, uh
That's some.
close enough, I guess. I didn't she like asleep?
She's asleep, yes, but she's alive. Look, she's breathing.
How's that different?
Being asleep and alive, or what do you
No,
mean?
sleep and dead. I mean, it's just breathing is the difference, I guess. She looks at you like one eyebrow up. It's
But
just like, yeah.
yes, she's beating in her, I assume, sort of a heart's beating. That means she's alive.
After that, what I
Yeah,
saw yesterday, I don't think she has a heart.
maybe not, but I don't know.
Anyway,
You're breathing, right?
you
Right?
had things to do. What is the rest of it? You found her. What
Yeah.
now? I want my I
Wow.
want my food. My
Oh
baby.
yeah, yeah. You're hungry?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we need to get her back to. We need to get her back to the butcher shop.
Yeah.
But as he shows her the string, I have this to deal with now.
Hmm? What? Oh
I
yeah,
need
the
to get.
red band from that guy, right?
Yeah.
I hope you have money. I
Yeah, I
surely
have.
don't.
No, I have.
She looks at her sword and she looks at all the guys around with gear.
It's like I have. I have a little problem. Is she's. Um, she thinks for a moment and out of character. Uh, but she know the process of getting your license renewed, right? This was something you put a
Uh,
hand on
the
something.
thing is, you're from the north, right? So you never went into the major cities legally. You know there is a process, not how detailed it is. You only know about, Blackwell told you some things.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
remember that. And there was something about there's some sort of
Yeah.
identification spell being cast and stuff.
Well, they know if it's true or not, like truth.
Yeah. Did she ask her before on of illusory script? They had it.
You didn't.
Okay. Hmm. Well, wait, have you ever got your license renewed here?
I have
Have
an adventuring license that's fine for some time, but not too long.
yeah. Uh,
I've been kind of, mouthing my way out of things with, you know, excuses in the past week. But,
hmm.
I can't tell the same lie to the same guy twice.
Wait, you don't have a traveling license? I was not
She has an adventuring license, but that doesn't fully cover and not having an ID. It's a document from the human kingdom. It's nothing that works really around here. They
oh,
accept it for some time, but when they like pick up that she's like constantly avoiding them and just like not try, like she's incapable of paying for it, you know it, right? But
yeah.
like if the guards pick up that she's actually like lying to them and kind of avoiding it altogether, she's going to jail, right?
We need to get you a sheet for that sword book. That's what he said primarily, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Uh, um, wait, what didn't he say that if
It,
someone gets a
it needs to
license,
be concealed, or
if
yeah,
it,
yeah, a martial weapons license.
if someone gets a license, just you know, a normal license, didn't he said that that someone else can basically what was it? You know, get them a license or like what was his words again? He said something along the lines that, oh, don't you have someone that can get it for you or can,
Yeah, if you have the expired document.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
and you have somebody with a valid document, you can go up and just replenish. Yeah, just let the date be changed when it expires.
okay,
That's
but
fine,
she
but you need
can.
a first an expired license, right?
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
and that's kind of the difficult part on that one. If you don't have one at all,
yeah.
renewed and making a new one are two different things.
Mm, mm,
But yeah, what do you do?
okay, so you can carry Sawyer, right?
Uh, I don't know if I want to through town.
I
I take Zarya if you take the sword.
sure. I'll take the sword, but we need to find something to wrap that sword up in.
Here, and she tosses it to you.
Wait, don't that's so heavy.
Strength save.
15 actually.
The second one.
Oh, 5.
Well, it's flat-sided. You're not gonna hurt yourself, but you're definitely falling prone. You're stuck under the sword.
She's like, ow. It's
She basically
heavy.
tossed it through the window, like sideways towards you. It's just like here.
It's heavy.
It's just like, oh, it's not that heavy.
It is.
It's a two-handed weapon. It's just right? Like,
I'm not,
how light are you?
it kind of like pushes the pushes it away and
Athletics.
then take. Okay, nat 20 and a nat 1.
Uh,
It's interesting. It's, heavy. Actually, I feel
you
like it's
cut your
crushing
leg and
me.
you take 4 slashing damage. As you
Ow!
shift it, right? It just like think about like a salami slice off your leg.
Oh, like
It's just
how?
like it's sharp ever since I sharpened it. Sorry.
How would you do that? Would you sort of like put the like we just like I have to slice off.
Okay,
She kind
yeah.
of like
She picks up Zarya, right, onto her bag, and then she uses her foot to kind of like nudge the sword a little upwards. You get some breathing room.
how heavy is that thing?
A few pounds.
Not heavy
It's
then.
not light, but 2 hands and some.
Hmm.
You
We
you need to like do some running or something.
Running is not the issue. The heavy lifting.
Yeah, okay then. Lift more heavy things gradually.
Mm,
The
you said
sword will
without.
do fine.
Okay, that's excellent workout for me.
Holding it,
Excellent.
yeah, like just holding it up to the chest and like arms, yeah. The sword is also as almost as large as you are. Like from
Yeah.
handle to tip of the sword.
So, can she potentially wrap her nightgown in it to cover it up? Would that count as having it covered it up?
Well, but then it would be from your like cheekbone to your ankles.
In
Like
what?
how are you gonna do that? You could wrap it in it, but it would look really weird.
The parasol. No, she doesn't know that. Fine. Like, oh, well, she looks at the. Hey, we could cover it up in his clothing.
Uh, that has a lot of holes though, and it's bloody as hell.
I could potentially. Could you think she thinks she can get the blood out?
Not dried blood.
What if she wets it? Makes it wet,
Mm,
you know.
yeah, ish. Prestidigitation would be better. Getting the blood out is gonna be a tedious process. You need to wash it a few dozen times in cold water.
Does he have?
Even with, yeah,
Does
because
he have?
dissolving blood is just
Uh,
a pain.
does he have clothing that doesn't have water in it?
No, no, he bled out all right.
Oh, okay. Hmm. I'll see if I can buy a blanket or something. I don't know.
Uh, okay.
As he sort of walks over here.
As you're
Hey.
walking with a ginormous sword, I need an athletics check.
Oh no no! She leaves the sword there.
Leave
Like
the sword on the ground.
yeah no, she leaves the sword like against the wall. Like I mean, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna check if someone has a blanket or something to buy. She goes out and like, hey,
Hmm.
Mary,
Hmm.
you have a blanket I could buy or something?
Turns around, it's just like a blanket. It's just like
Hmm.
it's a long sleeve and like a coat on. It's just like a vest. It's just like I don't know. The rest of my jacket went down for bandages.
Oh, I see. I need something to cover up a great sword. Guards are being
What?
weird about it.
It's just like he points at the sheets that are covering the top.
Oh, well, I guess we could take one of those.
I know you can climb.
I know you can drink.
Better than
Else,
you. As you have like swing, like
uh, uh,
pupils going in and outwards. It's just like view,
yeah.
view.
Hmm. didn't we? Didn't we drink at some point together before? It was with Adam we
I and
drank.
Don drank once.
I think we drank with Adam too.
He's a
Didn't you
great
drink with?
guy. Never seen him again afterwards.
Yeah. Wonder what happened to him. Hope he's okay.
Fucking gone. I don't know.
I guess. So when are you leaving, by the way?
4 hours.
4 hours?
Mhm.
Hmm. May want to do so sooner.
Some snow.
Did you say? What did you say?
Some snow.
Tom's no.
Yeah, just some snow.
Well, uh, what? I mean, don't tell I didn't warn you. That's kind of like
I'm a fortune teller or whatever.
very spooky fortune teller.
Wizard, witch, whatever.
Grumpy swordman.
Yeah,
She's sort of. So how far up is it to the blanket?
30 feet.
Hmm. No. spider climb as a spell. Uh, she would kind of like grab at least so she's not just Naruto walking up, as she would like
Yeah,
the
no,
pretense of looking like
you
she's
need the skin contact. That's the thing, and you have bandages on your hands, right?
no, she don't need skin touch. She can do it with can do it through it, like with the you don't need skin contact. You do it.
Vampire Stick Spider Climb? I think you do. Because it's not magical. It's technically race. But you can try to you have a little less friction with the clothing, like half of them. So yeah, you naturally kind of stick to it, like magnetism.
Okay.
But yeah, I would need an acrobatics trick.
Well,
And the second one?
simple.
Yeah. Yeah, you barely make it.
Yeah. Like,
You're
simple.
sliding like think about you make like 100% progress and then you slide down like 60%.
Yeah.
It's like a Scooby Doo run, but with all force sideways up the wall.
She takes one of the one that are kind of like underneath one because they
Eh.
probably double stacked at some point.
Not really. They're
Yeah.
like lines and they're spanned in between.
Yeah. Um, sort of looking the other way, looking away as the snow and slush should cover a little bit too as she takes one, so that take one that doesn't
Sleight of
kind of
hand.
she's basically away underneath another one basically as she stretches and do it.
Oh yeah, so you're taking one off the center.
What do you mean?
Yeah, you're hiding between one on the edge and you're taking one out of the center. Like
Yeah, I mean
cutting out
she's
a piece of
basically
cake out of the center instead of the rim.
I'm not sure what you mean, but basically that she's underneath another blanket
Yeah,
basically.
you're on the wall
Yeah.
and you're taking one from the center instead from the edge.
I
Please
mean
understand geometry.
I'm not sure. So are there aren't the blankets like from one way to another, like from one rooftop
Sideways.
to another?
Yeah,
Yeah.
like
Right
in
with yeah.
strips.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I mean, she takes one. I don't know what
Hmm.
it maps center or not. I'm not sure what you mean either. But yeah. So it's a 16.
Yeah, you could pick him. I still need a concept. As everything is really bright, you pick the blanket off. And the second one?
Well,
You go completely blind, you fall off.
even though she was looking away.
Yes, as for you, the entire room fills with a blinding white light, like everything becomes opaque white.
Okay.
Uh, it's 30 feet, I would say it's 20 because you're not entirely up.
You managed to get that thing down though.
Yeah, and you take 3 falling damages. You are covered by the sheet as you fall down. Your eyes slowly normalize, right? As you basically see this white glowing hue through the blanket on top of you.
Like, like meant to
It's
do
like
that.
it's like looking at a neon like bar or like a sauna, like you know a suntan place.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of those.
Like meant to do that. Ah.
Like squished ribs. She's like, ow.
She sort of wraps herself up in the blanket figure. She sort of like stands up and goes.
Yeah. You worm your way towards the building again. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, hello, nun.
Hello. She sticks out her face.
Yeah.
Mm. And then like found something to cover up your bloody sword.
Ah, yeah. She holds out the sword, like off the ground.
She,
Like blade downwards, handled towards you.
she sort of like wrap it up carefully.
Yeah. She puts the tip of the sword downwards and gives it a slight nudge towards you.
Mm,
Grab it
right.
before it falls.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. She grabs it.
You're definitely quick, but are you strong enough?
It's she's not throwing it this time.
Nope.
I have 11 strength. That's above average.
Yes, but you're also half as light as a normal human. So you have half the inertia.
Strength save again or what?
No, just athletics.
The second
Strength is if you roll really horribly. Let's save.
7.
That's the second one.
What? 7. I did 2.
Oh, yeah. It definitely still nudges towards you. You kind of put your shoulder against it.
Leans forward like.
Yeah, and it's still like you feel your shoe still being like pushed. Come on, little upper body strength.
Like,
Vash.
can we can we attach it like to my back or something? I don't know.
Sure. You have string, cord, something?
I mean, we rip off a little bit of the blanket thing while together.
Uh, mm,
Wait, as she goes over, as she's like, wait, what? As she's sort of like, does she have it with her, the sword? Can she go with it?
yeah,
Also?
sure.
She goes over and she leans over. She takes off the belt of the guy. She takes off his belt.
I need to roll if he has a belt now.
Okay.
Sure. It's very old.
Do you have shoelaces too?
No. It's like slippers.
Okay. Yeah. Takes the
Even the
takes the
clothes
belt.
of the guys are just barely working.
Yeah, she comes with the belt. Like, think this will work?
Uh, I guess so.
Hmm.
As long as the blade doesn't, cut into it, it should probably hold.
Yeah,
And
but that's why.
okay, yeah,
That's
I,
why
I
we
could
take
I could tape
the
it to
handle.
you.
Okay. So like, put her back to
Yeah,
her.
she puts the flat side like at your spine,
Hmm.
and kind of the belt around like the lower ribs.
Yeah. Okay.
I need a con save versus her athletics.
Like, uh, too hard, too hard.
Let's see. Let's start athletics at first.
22.
14. Yeah, she gets it fairly close, but you definitely keep some breath easily and still very tight.
Holds her breath to kind of like make.
Yeah, don't breathe out then.
Maybe don't pull so hard it will crack my ribs.
Nope, I just mean if you breathe out now, it's just gonna fall. You hear the sword clang the ground.
Okay, I'm not gonna hold my breath this time.
Okay, just you know. And she basically like uh pulls the belt closer and closer, piece by piece, and let's see how tight you can get it around the waist. Um, that would be another con.
10.
Yeah, it should hold most of it. Ever since you start eating normal food, and with that belly, you kind of have like a lot of chunk that you're not used to as an elf. Just like, damn, I'm a fat elf.
she gets a little bit subconscious. Do you think people think I'm just a fat elf, or do you think they actually realize I'm pregnant?
She looks at you and you look like a human with elf ears.
So half elf?
No, the half have shorter ears.
Just scratch her head like human with elf ears? Isn't that an elf?
Uh, no, elves are thin.
Elves get
She
pregnant
she
too,
she
though.
squeezes the kind of little bit of fat you have under your arms, like
Oh,
not like almost where your armpit is, and on the arm.
she's like, ow. And she goes into kind of like pinch her back.
Roll me on contested grapple.
Uh,
It's athletics.
uh, 13.
The
Well,
second one.
yeah, so 13.
Yeah, you basically like try to pinch her, and your hands basically like intertwine with their fingers, like palm against palm, as she also rolls a 13.
She winks her eyes. She instead
She
pinches
smiles
her on the
wide.
hand. She instead pinches her on the hand a bit. Like, like
Yeah, she lets loose after some while.
hmm, hmm. Kind of like straighten her clothes. Like, well, that's enough playing around.
So yeah, where we going? Butcher shop bag, right? That's what you said.
Mm-hmm.
She nods.
We should swing by the magic. Well, we need to go. Actually, we need to go. It's kind of hard to go into the magic shop with an unconscious person. We need to get a.
Okay, you need to lower your movement speed by 10 feet while you have the sword on you. Because it's hard to run when your spine has to be perfectly straight. But yeah, she taps you, right? And she says, "Tag, you're it," and starts running off.
Wait, has snow formed enough that have enough snow
The
formed that
snow is above on the sheets.
okay, so you can't shape water there or anything like because
You
it's snow or
can't, you only liquid. It's
well,
shape
so
water, not
there's
shape
liquid
ice.
first. Well, yeah.
If you
Uh,
have a fire or something to melt it, yeah. But you're also cold-blooded, so you just can't touch it and then produce water.
yeah. Wait, hold up. And
Uh,
she's
sh-
like,
she's already 60 feet ahead.
yeah, she runs after her. Wait, wait.
No, she's faster than you.
Running so fast.
Shivia has a waddle with a greatsword on her back.
I'm not fat. Oh,
She has Ronnie like with like a backpack wrapped
wait.
over her shoulder.
The drunk girl. Uh, uh,
Okay, if you're having a chase scene here, both of you roll me an athletics check. Let's see who can keep the run up longer.
well, definitely her. That's a 2.
Oh yeah, she's a good bit faster, but
Uh,
she's gonna wait after some while.
start walking like that. That's, uh,
Uh, Garradon, you at that point, let me see, would be around here at some point when the guard was weirdly looking at you and you were inspecting the portal, like looking at finding that one, and Blitz was kind of eating leaves at the side of the building. As you see Ronnie like rush behind the corner.
how are people walking around with this stuff?
Garradon, you still here?
Yeah.
You see a girl running around the corner, right? She has a girl on her back, and she hides around the corner.
I see a
Honey.
girl running around the corner with a girl on her back.
Yes, like an unconscious girl.
Okay.
Severe, 20 feet behind, gets drug by the tether.
Wait, where the fuck
Well, I
did you
mean,
move?
she was like, Honey. I'm like, I guess you would hear a faint voice like, Honey.
Yeah, you
Honey.
you come around the corner and I need a wisdom save. She's gonna try to
I,
spook you.
I, I have a question first, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Wasn't I over there?
Yes, but that would be, because they actually ran. That lines up time-wise here. Else it would be around here. Because you're
Okay.
having your stroll while they actually like run.
Okay, so she runs around the corner with someone unconscious behind her back and then hiding from someone.
She rolls a 5. Like she's not intimidating. She's funny. As you run around the corner, you almost face to face to her, and she says, "Boo!"
She's gonna pretend like she doesn't see her, like, Honey? She's just looking through her. It's not funny. Where are you? Honey?
You like walk past her.
Did you go invisible? She's gonna like go around her.
That's
This-
deception.
yeah, pretty free. It's like, Honey, can't see you. Did you turn into a ghost or something?
She looks at you, right? And she nudges into you.
Like,
Like
what?
chest first.
Like, something nudged into me. Honey? Oh no. Don't tell me that. Oh no. Don't tell me that you're cursed and you're in the inferior realm. Can you hear me?
She looks around and she's like, "Duh, what?" And she's just like, "So you can't see me, right?" She looks like left and right at your like
Like,
cheeks and your face.
I could
like,
just imagine Blitz suddenly going like, "Is she blind?"
No, you see Blitz with a mouth full of leaves go around. Those are actually not that bad. As he just spits them
I
out.
don't know if you can hear me or not.
As you have a finger in your mouth.
Yes, look.
Uh,
Oh,
Oh, Robert.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
but
What kind of
like,
absurdity is this?
Don't ask.
does she see Blitz?
Yes.
Like,
You see
what?
him, like, think about Schmiegel, right? He hunches
Yeah,
over a set of leaves with like leaves out of his mouth, and he chews and looks into the direction of this like kind of gnome halfling in the distance. He says something. What language do you and Blitz have in common? Actually, what would you casually talk for a language?
Honestly, very likely both speak Gnomish, I guess.
Let's see.
This is an
Goblin.
administrator.
Goblin actually. It's
Okay,
one.
Goblin
It's
then.
yeah, because you're not gonna speak common.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah,
she
Shavir, you.
takes out her she takes out her finger. Quickly, you, you have to. The only way to break the curse is to hug a bird eating leaves. Quickly, see if you find someone. She says, "You have to hurry before the curse finalizes."
She just drops uh Zarya like dead ass off her back. Like think about a strap backpack, right? She just shifts her shoulder and Zarya just onto the ground. Not likely. As she turns around, right? And she says in Goblin says, "Here I come," and she's gonna tackle Blitz.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Acrobatics from Blitz. That's a
Mm.
19. He's quick on his feet. And then we have her with athletics. That is
Gavin, you
a
would just
8. Yeah, he steps to the side and she completely floors the ground.
Would you please mind your manners? This is not a play around and fool around.
I,
uh,
I heard you speak Goblin, but She brushes off her clothes off the leaves off the ground.
Well, I mean, if I talk to them, I would talk in common.
Yeah.
You would see you would see, yeah, behind Ronnie or whatever. You see a brown haired elf with kind of like fine clothing, yellow eyes, and a you know, kind of like a big bulging belly and a great sword strapped to her back, just laughing her ass off, just holding a hand in front of her mouth, just trying not to laugh too hard.
Um, in the open street, it's really bright, right? And as you're kind of laughing your ass off, um, I'm just gonna ask what they see.
I'm just gonna ask.
While she laughs, may I do one last thing?
Sure.
This sword is entirely disproportional to your body. What the heck?
Well, Mage Charmer would not still be answered with 14.
21 AC to AC with a snowball.
she, she's just about to answer like, well, you see, ow.
She still is covered in leaves, right? She like brushes it off and then she just continues to laugh.
Did a ghost just throw a snowball at me?
Yes, she says.
Oh, did it now? As she looks at her with a kind of like smirk on her face, kind of like revealing that she was just messing with her.
Huh? She know.
Yeah.
I just hold my hands in my face and go like, oh, what is this absurdity?
Just playing around. Um, looks at like,
Oh, then be a bit careful. You're not the only one off the road. You could have hurt my friend. I'll look over the blitz.
oh, I didn't mean to be impulsive. This happens sometimes. Hey,
She's
thank
on
you
the
very much.
ground and she's slowly getting up and she just says, "He's good at dodging. Didn't expect it."
Oh, he's flink with his fingers and quick with the brain.
Are you two from the city?
She crawls past you and picks up her friend.
Or
No,
are you
and what's wrong with her? Pointing towards the
She,
unconscious girl.
Ronnie is just like, her face goes just like error, exe, stop working, and looks at
she
at
had a
you.
rough day. She had a rough day.
She doesn't seem to be in the best condition. Can I do like when I'm looking at her, do like a medicine check to be like, is she even like okay, basically?
Sure. Roll it.
Like, I mean, she's breathing. She's fine. She's just sleeping.
She might be
She's going
dead.
unconscious.
He's like, this woman is potentially dead and
No,
dying.
you're 100% certain she's dead.
No, kind of, this woman is dead. How do you say that she's fine? What is this? Are you carrying around a
You,
corpse?
you see like the
No, she's
bloodied
breathing.
hand, right? And you see the fingers on one side missing, and you see the kind of bloodied clothing that's kind of pressed against the back of the other's girl, and you're 100% certain she's fucking dead.
Okay, I turn over to the guard, which is like, guard, they're carrying around corpses in the city.
She's not dead. She's breathing. Would you calm down?
Can I go a bit closer to reevaluate my
Sure.
He's like, he
It's
just points
full
back.
panic.
Look. She's like, look. And she sort of like, she holds her hand in front of her mouth and like, I can feel the moisture of her breath. Look, her chest is moving up and down. That
Well,
usually means people
Roll
are
with
alive.
advantage. No, Shavir, are you proficient in medicine?
No, but you've
Then
literally
you have no
seen her.
clue.
I'm,
Then you can't help.
yeah, but she at least points out that her chest is moving because she
that,
knows that she's
that
Look,
breathing.
might
and
be a
it's just
reflex left
Garadone,
over in the
Garadone
body.
with like frost on his lens from the snow, right? It's just moisture on the inside of his lens. I don't see it.
Oh, maybe you
This
should
is
check out.
ludicrous. Those might just be reflexes left from the brain being sent to the body. She's not actually breathing anymore.
I don't think people are just
Not
reflexively breathing.
scientifically
Like
possible.
I
I
don't think
turned to
people
Blitz
are
and I'm like, she's
reflexively
dead!
breathing like
She's
headless
dead, right,
people.
Blitz? She's dead!
It's gonna roll a medicine check. No. Let me see.
Is the god
Medicine.
actually responding to the fact that we called out like they're carrying around the corpse?
14, and he's just like, I think she is passed out or, uh, paralyzed? Something like that.
Paralyzed? How? What? No, look
She,
closer and then.
he, like, puts his beak, like, onto her arm, right? And you see his head ever so slightly bop. And it's just like, she has a pulse.
Is this girl paralyzed then? Which is why she looks almost dead.
Oh, or maybe she's just unconscious.
Hmm.
It
All
looks
depends.
like an abduction.
Oh my god! They're abducting people!
She's like, she literally says,
It
bruh.
looks too.
She's like,
They just got out of an abduction, right? And they just like think about two weird scrawny people carrying away unconscious people into some weird house somewhere, right?
if we're abducting her, wouldn't we wait until
But
nighttime?
yeah,
Yeah, they're abducting an
the guard
innocent
at this
girl
point
over
would
here!
just like, what's all that tumult over here?
He's just, he's just being silly. Anyway, have you have you seen
This
this?
girl is unconscious, being carried away by the two of you against her will. How is this being
How can
silly?
it? Okay, A, how can it be against her will when she's literally unconscious, and B, she's our friend.
Well, you
Take
might
her
just
back to
make
her
this
uncle.
up.
Friend is a bold word, Shavir. A persuasion check.
Come on, please throw in that one. This is going to be hilarious and so.
We're still good.
19.
Uh,
Inside. Oh yeah, you succeed. He's just like
So
he
like,
looks like up in like the sun for a moment, right? And he's just like, it's the morning. I guess it's drunkards being out. And he looks like at Ronnie, and she has a 1 point of exhaustion. It's just like, just been a rough night, I guess.
you can say that again. Ah, Um, she's
He looks at Garadon, right? It's just like, aren't you like from the barracks?
well, I need to do. I'm running an errand at the moment, yes.
are you one of those new guards that's going around?
Well,
Anyway,
you.
back to post. People.
Hmm. Hey,
Well, you. Yeah, I guess.
while I have you here, have you seen this person as? Let's see if I can find it. Uh,
I love this entire interaction. That was just comedy gold.
so look, watch the
It's
match.
just like
You do a
from the
match.
moment the chase started, it was just gonna be like, oh, this is gonna be fucking hilarious.
So a minor illusion appears in front of you with a picture of that.
Garadon,
Garland.
a
As
horror
you,
unfolds in front of your
so,
eyes.
have you seen this person?
You go to an almost paralyzed state for a moment as you hear the last few words before a very traumatic event in your life. You hear, I bet they just need some fire to make the bread.
Okay, I I take like 2 steps back, like this bitch.
She's like, oh, well, you definitely ran into her. What did she do?
She lit me on fire.
Ah, hmm. She's like just breathing, like, okay. And what else? She,
Who is this nutter?
hmm.
This bread insanity of a loaf walking around. No, this
She's like
breaded insanity of a loaf. There you go.
scratching her head, just Um, hmm, someone I take care of from time to time. Although, because she literally needs someone to take care of her. Because else
Well,
she
clearly she's on the edge of insanity.
no, she's the definition of insanity.
She
I
thought I am a
great.
bakery.
Oh, bakery. Oh, that's a new one.
You see Blitz right in the corner, and he looks right at Gyarados, and then he looks at you right, and he says, "I pray she has life insurance when I see her again."
Mm.
He's gonna need more than just life insurance, that little bitch.
Oh,
Yeah,
He
you
destroyed
uh,
my vehicle.
Shavir, you realize there's something personal going on here.
like if I get a penny for every time I hear someone say that, I would be very
She
rich.
destroyed very valuable transport methods on the odds that she thought it might be able to produce bread. What lunatic is walking around freely like this? She belongs in one of these insane asylums down on the planet of Ganagar. There they keep those insane bastards.
Planet of Ganagar.
Don't worry. Not relevant to you. Anyway,
Blitz with a finger up. Garrigar, a planet-sized prison on security level 4 and above.
Huh? Are you not from this sphere or this dimension? Are you from
the
another?
He
point
looks at
is,
Garadon, and he's just like, hmm.
Seems like this girl's a little bit smarter than you think.
uh, um, this girl caused major damage. You say you're looking after her and responsible for her?
I'm not responsible for her, but occasionally I do try to look out for her so that she doesn't get herself or others in trouble.
Ah,
What
you
happened to
Well,
her
older
you're
though?
than
not.
her.
Is she dead?
Yeah, you're doing a really shit job then.
You're an.
Oh,
I would doubt you, as he looks at you, a mother.
she looks down at her ballet, holds her hand up like, I should be offended, but this is not
Ouch, but
intentional.
you're
Like,
right though.
I should be offended, but it's a work in process, okay?
Well, maybe you can compensate us then a bit for the damage she has caused, and I can tell you where we saw her.
I am not responsible for what she's doing, and I'm not in any position to pay for that. But
Okay.
you could go to her family if you want. If you want to try and get compensation, I guess.
If she's already as insane, her family cannot be any better than that. They might not even be able to hold a normal conversation.
Trust me, all of her family's not like that. Of course, I know. But
Anyway,
is she dead again or what?
dead again?
Yeah.
And I look
Blitz
confused.
Blitz looks at you, right? And he's going to say something in Goblin.
Okay,
Um,
I'm gonna DM it to you.
I figured.
it's quite expensive to resurrect people, you know. Really wish she would stop getting herself in trouble like that.
Also, edit. Right
Mm,
writing. Not
yeah,
typos, but yeah, you get the point.
yeah. Well, be that as it may, um, you need information, then I could need help. Have you been here in this town a bit longer?
Yeah, I've been there from time to time.
I know that all of this is very mm, basic, but I'm looking for a place that might be selling more modern goods.
Oh, I know just the place. Um,
What kind of place would that be? Before you just pull me somewhere.
well, there's a place that sells firearms. That's what you mean.
Ah, okay, my mood immediately elevates by like one level.
The magnitude of two.
Yeah.
Like, oh,
Ah, common
oh,
technology.
yes,
I'll
yeah,
warn
like,
you though.
oh,
I'll warn you though. That shopkeeper is quite the scammer. Although, no, well, no, he is. He'll always try to get a good deal, but just be wary of him.
well, how about this? If you help me to get there and help with dinner, I'll tell you what happened to her.
I mean, fire blew something up. Gonna assume that she got herself hurt at least.
If you don't want to know, that's fine. I'm just saying that would be
No,
the
I would
deal.
love to know what happened to her.
All right, then show it away.
Yeah, going going that way anyway. So why
I
not?
genuinely thought we would have no reason whatsoever to walk the same way. I'm glad it actually came around to this now.
Blitz, Blitz says to the girl, "You speak Goblin for no reason." She just scrunningly looks at him. It's just like, you weren't faster than me. That's what her eyes say.
Competitiveness is in her blood.
Yes.
Hmm.
Fucking
That
Christ.
means that Ronnie understood what they said there.
Yes.
She didn't react. So did she react? Passive
She
perception.
she knows what they said. She didn't
Okay,
back.
but there was no reaction to it. So
No. But yeah, somebody grab your entire group, please.
yeah,
Stop
yeah,
moving
yeah.
tokens individually.
I don't know where it is, so I'll let you
Yeah.
grab the whole.
Hmm.
Yeah. But you
So
you would make your trash way here through here.
you guys work as guards now, or what?
Well,
In
that
training.
might be the plan.
Hmm. And you're from another planet?
You don't know
Hmm?
planets exist.
He
I
said
mean,
planet, but he said planet. The whole
yeah,
prison
but
planet.
Yeah, but I
planets.
mean, the word planet isn't even a word for you.
Yes. There's
Um,
you're a
okay,
magic
okay,
study, so you know
yeah,
celestial
maybe.
objects, you know stars, but planets like not
Hmm.
habitable, not creatures, whatever. Right? Everything is like infinity far away, and not even teleportation usually reaches it, and everything is like unlivable, and nobody ever came back. And the other thing would be like planes, right? So probably that would be the closest.
How does some? Well, does she know that the celestial body are called planets sometimes? Well, but you can't really live on them,
No, it's
right?
astrology.
Hmm.
It's stars.
How does one live on a planet? Do you mean stars or different planes? Or what do you mean with planets?
You have to ask that question again. Sorry, that really didn't came across.
No. When you say planet, do you mean living in? Well, how does
I mean,
no? How does one live on planets? Do you mean like stars, or do you mean different
I
planes?
say, I say what I mean, and I mean what I say. Deal with that. I'm
We
not just
live
giving out
under
information for
and
free.
over stones.
Yeah,
Hmm. And it's then he kind of like points up, and it's up in this, and it's up in the sky, in the stars.
It is everywhere.
Hmm.
And
Interesting.
he proceeds to use Garadon's words when he says, "We are far travelers." Within the prison, when you said it.
yeah.
Interesting.
Shabir, you come across a portal on the other side of the street. See Spider Boy investigate. Like a
What?
full blown gate spell.
What?
Hmm. These portals, they're somehow collecting everywhere.
Hmm. Sort of looks at as they're walking by, like, hmm. This is it. You say these have appeared everywhere. Have someone tried touching
I
them?
have to make you louder, mate. For some
Yeah,
reason, you're
have
really
you
quiet.
say that these are starting to appear everywhere?
Yes, there's some early on as well. Dude, I already have you 150%. Fucking hell.
Okay,
Speak up,
Um,
girl.
I'll increase myself.
Also, if you have 125.
yeah,
Uh,
anyway, like, well, yes, there's one further down the south, and further up north we saw someone as well. I'm not sure what they're used for or what the elves are up again, but at least for now, besides some rudimentary investigation, no one seems particularly concerned about it.
Blitz turns around and says, I uh, don't have great experience with teleportation.
Oh god,
With
yeah,
like a
no, I
wide eyed
agree.
stare.
Yeah. I'll look him back like, yeah, the last time, that was a unfruitful endeavor.
hmm, I have some experience with teleportation. I
Well,
did.
yes, like moving from A to B in a quick manner.
Yeah, that seemed to be some sort of gate spell at least. Things coming in and out.
Well, yes, it does appear to be like this, but well, I couldn't identify from what or who. At the very least, it doesn't seem to be immediately great concern to everyone else, so I guess things are fine.
Hmm, okay.
Famous last words.
Hmm. So, what do you do for a living, and what's your name? Other than being a card.
My name? Garrodon. Garrodon Rudemaker. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Well,
I'm
hmm,
Ravash. Nice to meet you.
Vash? Yeah,
Ravash. Nice.
that's I guess. Is that an unusual name?
Yes.
Hmm. He's like,
No, no, that was in character.
Oh, sorry.
depends on by what standards you use.
Okay. Well, Vash, you're clearly not from here, looking at her.
She looks like
I
an
am
elf.
from the Elven Kingdoms.
Oh, I thought she has like a darker skin than the rest of them.
No.
No.
Oh, never mind then, I'll take that back. Ignore that.
Hmm.
But you definitely
Makers.
see the girl with the human height having goblin ears.
Alright, fair enough. Hmm.
Rune maker, you say. You
Well,
do rune
yes.
crafting?
Oh, well, it's a family tradition, yes.
Interesting. Could I pick your brains about that? As she sort of like, she takes out, she takes up a book, as she sort of points out a few, something like, I've been studying this book on intermediate rune crafting lately, but there's some things that I don't really, that I can't wrap my head around. Like, how do you actually set the parameter of the infusion when you set the specific different tasks that it's going to do, if that makes any sense? How do you set
Uh,
the parameters?
I would have a look at the book he's referring to.
Uh, you would need to read the book to see its capabilities. Not you don't need to study it, but you at least need an hour.
Okay. Well, it's a bit hard to just randomly pick on something, but if you're willing to leave it for a bit with me, I probably can give you an answer on it.
Well, how about this? As a little reward for me, taking you to this firearm place, and on top of that, I'll buy you a drink. We go to a nearby tavern here, and I'll buy you a drink, and you can check it through, and maybe you can give me a few pointers on rune
Uh,
crafting. I'm
I
kind of
will actually have to head to the guards immediately right after. Like, not even by choice.
oh
Otherwise, they're gonna get a pay cut again.
oh did I comment? Oh, that doesn't sound good.
Garradon gets laid so often that he basically works for free.
Well, unfortunately, I can't leave a book with you. I'm only loaning it, so. But I would love to speak with you about it some other time. I don't know if you're doing rune crafting a lot, but if I could potentially help with that because I know a lot of about I know a lot about magic and stuff. Could help infuse it or stuff.
How often would you describe my character in this past has actually made runes? I know I mean basically just made one yesterday, but
In theory or practice?
in actual practice, like how much do you have to deal with making runes and artifacts? Considering
Making
knowledge wise,
infusions, like infusing minor magical carvings onto items, means
yeah,
enchanting.
that I do daily. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that is something you should do daily. Yes,
Yeah.
those are the basic stepstones for runes, right? But runes are
Yeah.
these amalgamation of specific symbols in arcane geometry. Those are
Mm.
really both two-dimensional and three-dimensional, very important where they're placed, and every nook and crevice needs to go at the right place. It's
Yeah,
something
they
that's
basically
highly
make an
unstable.
artifact.
So let's say you have a rune, right? And somebody
Mm.
just chips it. It might just explode. It might just fail its spell, but anything in between is possible. So it's something very precise to do, and it's something that's
Mm.
always done under high caution with specific gear and all that jazz. You've done it a few times. It's like think about how often you take an exam against how often you go to school.
Fair enough.
That's
Okay.
not too
Well,
often. Like once a year.
okay. To be fair, for the people here locally, it's probably still a lot.
Yes, that's still a lot. Some wizards never make a rune in their life.
Fair enough. Well, it depends on your parameter of the conscience. Like, if you believe that in comparison to the rest of my family, eh, not that often. If I would compare to my friend, yeah, very regular. It
I
depends on your
don't
parameter of
do
question.
runes.
Well, yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, I would be regularly doing it in comparison to you.
Huh, that's quite fascinating. You know, could potentially help each other out here. Could be something.
Well,
Because when you,
knowledge and contribution to knowledge is one of the high seekings.
hmm,
Sure.
often when one is making the runes, one also need an actual spell to infuse it with, or at least magical power to infuse it with, right?
Yes, that
Hmm.
is correct. The rune needs to be powered with something.
Ah, hmm,
Otherwise, it's just a scribble.
hmm. What kind of capital do you have right now? Are you, if we, here's just an idea. If we put our money together, could potentially buy a crystal, infuse it, sell it, right? And then we have more capital, then we can make another rune, sell it, and then all of a sudden we have some money to live with.
I am not particularly short on money. And infusions are something I regularly do. That is my literal daily bread. But the problem will more likely to be that you find crystals available. I'm not sure how well known they are here, and second, the quality of them. This does make a major impact. I was very fortunate yesterday with the right material to be able to make a minor artifact. Actually, does it count as a minor artifact considering it's a level 5 spell used for it?
It's a uncommon magic item.
It's not uncommon. Oh,
It's
okay.
a it's
That's
a it's a lesser artifact, yeah.
okay. I was able to make an artifact the other day, but that was under very much unfortunate situations. But it still worked out. I need
Hmm.
to get back to my voice.
I'm glad to hear that.
Well, anyway, um, I can only have one sending stone. God damn it.
There is a tavern near. So when do you get off work?
Oh, I would assume
10 hours.
probably in about 10 hours ish. I will most likely either return back to the barracks or maybe find myself here in the trading district for a bit longer.
Hmm.
Or, actually, where the fuck is Smith again? 1 second. I'll note that down. Oh, yeah, or the library. And actually need to go to the Arcan Tower as well. Fuck my life. too much on my to-do list.
Garrodon, you would have seen the kind of normal schedule, right, on the wall. And you know you have a total of 2 hours break, right? So
Yeah.
you have a total of 8 working hours with 2 hours of break.
That
Okay.
you can take whenever you want. So
No.
Okay. How about this? I
mhm.
will probably have a lunch break in about 6 hours. I found myself in a very nice tavern down in the south, the Green Gate Pub. Maybe you have heard of it.
History check
It's for him or me.
for him.
Okay, I was about to say like I was there yesterday.
Yeah, yeah. No, you're good. You weren't that drunk.
I rolled a 19 on that. Like
Yeah.
I wasn't even remotely drunk.
Uh. Hmm.
Isn't
Must
that
be
that
new.
tavern that you was at?
Must be
I
new.
Okay,
um,
how about this?
can't
I can
remember
meet
at
you
the
in the
moment.
middle of the tower at 2 when I take my lunch, and you could join me. Fuck my voice. And you could join me going down to the tavern. There you can present with the book, and I can evaluate it while I eat something.
How about we just meet at that tavern? That's easy to remember.
She
Uh,
points at a tavern sign, and you see a guy in front of the sign doing like crunches by like like stomach crunches on the side of the
Oh,
wall,
look,
being
oh,
clinged
it's
with
the
his
running
legs on
guy.
the sign. Yeah, it's the running guy.
No, she literally says it. Oh, it's the running guy. He
that
usually just runs around half naked.
that seems like an odd choice of a
Yeah,
tavern.
and he's really fast. He runs
I'm not
really
talking
fast.
about him. I'm talking about the tavern. It's a bit of
Oh,
a hmm,
yeah, they have a good ale though.
well.
Well, so how about it? How about we just meet there in 6 hours or whatever when you have your lunch break?
Fine. At least it allows me to assess the quality
Yeah,
or
it's in
the
the
current
trading
standard here.
district, so it's good and close. I think the
Fine.
library thing is close too. I don't
Ooh, the library's close?
think so. Isn't it up
Where is
there?
it?
Points up to the. I believe it's up there. And she points up to a floating rock,
Oh, well, in
a
this
floating island
case,
almost. I guess almost.
how about this? In 6 hours, I meet you in the library and you can bring some food, and then I can do two things at the same time, being
I
more
don't
efficient.
think you're allowed to take
I'll
food.
eat it before I go into the library, of course.
Well, I mean, you need a library card and a bunch of shenanigans to get in.
I'm one of the guards. I should might be able to get access.
I don't have a library card.
Well, anyway, fine. I'll meet you at the tavern. Now, where is this gun shop you were talking about?
Yeah, she walks walks with you like yeah, as you sort of like come over here as you yeah sort of take you up there. She actually walks with you in. Like here's the place.
Huh,
Ronnie's gonna go
fantastic.
around the corner because
Mm,
there's like guards there. Gonna have a seat with her.
yeah.
Okay.
Uh, like hey, watch some customers.
You
Potentially.
you see a guy hopping on the counter, and you see definitely he's a gnome or a halfling, and
I
he
greet him
he
in Gnomish.
he looks at you, fairly confused for a moment, then answers in common. Whatever. Ventric, vicious weapons. What's up, tiny man? That bird person? That you?
Pleasure. If those weapons are indeed very vicious, then they might be quite interesting.
Depends what you're looking for. Yep.
Well, let me have a look then. Um,
She also walked up like, oh, can I take a crack at the rings again?
Oh yeah, spring coil. And he like
I
points
find it funny.
at the box to the side.
Yeah. She's like, yay. You see on her face, is like a child that has a toy. And she just starts to kind of like try to tackle it.
Yeah. Um, Garadon, you see her pull from a drawer box, right? That you would have in your night table, like a solid, almost cubic coil of springs. And your OCD goes haywire inside your mind. It's just like your entire mind, as you see this amalgamation of springs, just screams. Like, no, you're gonna bend them all!
Yeah, like, these are actually useful tools. Don't do this.
I'm not gonna bend them. You just need to organize them.
Mm. I look over to Blitz. I'm like, Blitz.
He already is sweating. He's a bird. Birds don't sweat.
Like, Blitz, maybe you want to check this over with her. You know.
Like,
Think about Snape in the tower being leaned to the side of the of the store inside half of a shelf.
like,
He's breathing heavily. He's this close to just scream something.
maybe if I screw this one.
I'm gonna roll a wisdom save for this man. Oh shit, that's a 3. He looks at you taking out the coil, right? And you hear this spoing of one of the coils, and you hear Blitz go.
She looks at him like he's holding the box and this plug are like doing. And she's like doing. Like she's like her mouth.
He
partially open, like,
he lunges forwards.
she's like,
That was too much for his OCD.
she's like holds the box out. But
His athletics is horrible, but that's a 17 on grapple for the coil. You oppose it.
see, 13. Like, wait, what?
You just see this flash of feathers blast past you and snatch the coil out of your hand, and he's like all over it. His eyes pure shine, right? And he's just like his eyes in between fury and absolute panic. With like both hands, feet, and like beak fully immersed in it. Like he's gonna solve this right now, and if it's the last thing he'll do.
Like, hey, I want to solve it too. She's sort of like, wait, isn't that one supposed to go like that? And just like, slaps her hand, probably.
Yes.
Like, wait, you need to untangle those first and then pull. No, not like that. She's just like, okay,
Okay,
side
Garadon.
gaming,
Yeah, what are you doing in the meanwhile?
back gaming.
I'm trying to distract myself from the atrocity that's being committed over there. And like, well, please show me something of interest, because otherwise I'm gonna go insane with this.
He's looking at you.
What kind? I have all kinds of interesting, explosive interesting, not so explosive interesting, rocket grabbing hand.
As he just like you see this coil spring out of his wrist, and the hand just snatches a glass flask on the other side and reels it back in.
Well, I've been told you're actually selling guns.
Yes, what kind? Blunderbuss, pistol, I have a cannon.
No, I don't think a cannon would be quite for me.
Okay, no big kabooms.
Actually, let me double check something.
Garadon, what's your passive perception? As those two are definitely distracted.
Oh, perception only 10.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you're in the shop. I assume you were here and looking around.
Yeah.
Okay, you can roll it.
I mean, that's the whole point of the shop, right? To go around
Yeah.
and have a look.
Yeah, that's why I asked. So you can roll it.
Okay.
It's a little better.
Passive.
Yeah. You look around and your eyes glaze upon this two-handed shotgun. Not like a
Because it was
double barrel,
blunderbuss.
but it's just like one big, like almost blunderbuss like, but it's like a duck's mouth, like squished down.
Okay.
Looks
This piece
fairly
looks
interesting.
interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
What
it's a creation. It's certainly weird, but yeah.
did you create this?
Let's say I altered it.
Based on that statement, can I figure out what it was originally meant to be?
A blunderbuss.
Okay.
Blunderbuss usually meant to be round, but this one it has a break off point in the center, so you don't need to like stuff it from the front.
Right.
So yeah, you can actually load pellets into one chamber piece and then gunpowder in the other one. It's a little faster than a normal flintlock. This is a hinge to break open, and it has this kind of wide span, right? And it's just like
It's working 50% of the time.
Well, you can't sell something that's not actually properly working, can you?
No, not like that.
it's just like let me work, woman.
But you're doing it wrong.
I am doing something. As he like with his feet he pulls like he twists his feet like so unnaturally that only a bird could do it as he twists out an entire spool
That's right.
like with a ankle rotation. It's just like what the hell, how did you do that?
That's a very interesting move. Keep doing that. That's working. Good.
See, let me look at it. Yeah, but the shopkeep looks at you, right?
It's just like, it's just, I didn't find the proper way of loading it. It's not really the weapon's fault, it's just I don't know how to use it yet properly.
Could I make, considering I am proficient with guns, could I figure out how this gun is actually supposed to work or being used properly?
Yeah, the problem probably if you put powder and pellets or any metallic object in it, that the air usually escapes around the projectiles and doesn't really fasten it up too much. But if you put it like in a airtight piece, then it would probably be a lot faster, like ammunition, that you would know.
Yeah, this is my question I now have to you, because this is a blunderbuster, it works very differently from actual guns.
Yeah.
And I have the feat to actually make proper ammunition.
Yes. So yeah,
So-
you the only thing it needs is proper ammunition that would work fucking wondrously.
Okay, so I don't have
It's-
this reload issue then if I have proper ammunition, yeah?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
But it
fair
doesn't
enough.
really work with anything else.
Yeah, that's fine. Like,
Well, you can literally stuff anything into a blunderbuss and send it.
yeah, I'm like, I have to say it's a bit difficult, considering it's it only works half the time.
Yeah,
That's
he
interesting.
points at the wall behind you, right? And it's just like
Yeah, it went off once, and
he points at the wall behind you.
How strong does the impact look like?
It's not like a strong impact at one place. It's just like all over the wall.
All right. How much range does this weapon has anyway?
I
very
shot it
short.
from here, and it's just like,
You look at it and it's like 25-foot cone.
Fuck my life.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I'm curious. How much do you want for this?
600.
You got to be kidding me.
That's a one-time piece. Never seen another
Yeah.
one.
She looks at him a little bit meaningly, like Garadon, like, see what I mean?
Yeah. Actually, could I, from my knowledge, could I replicate the weapon?
Not without proper parts and time.
Yeah, no, but but if I have a smith and I have a time, could I make it myself, technically speaking?
Yeah, but you need pretty high grade steel to make it not explode in your hand.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Like, Well, it's only a unique piece because most people don't know how to make this, and I like fiddle around with it. But like that doesn't apply to me. So the fact that it's unique is not actually it's unique. The only benefit is it's already made. That's it.
Yeah, but, crafting a gun takes a bloody load of time.
Yeah, and even then, this one is a failure considering it only works 50% of the time.
I mean, it's your kind of interest. If you don't want to pick anyone,
Fine, I give you 300. That's half the price because it only works half the time.
nah. I mean, 300 is only the material cost, so crafting time, that would be at least 500.
Yeah, and the craft apparently wasn't very good. 4.
He looks at you and he's just like,
Well, it definitely works, though.
Well, apparently not. You said yourself.
Yeah,
400.
I mean, that's the price.
So you wouldn't sell to me for 400?
roll persuasion.
Oh crap at those rules. Whoa,
Yeah, I rolled a crit.
nice. I rolled 19. Really, the
Yeah.
ones. Fuck you, mate.
I'm sorry. But yeah, he's like,
Nope, that stays at that.
The price stays at what?
500.
Hey, at least it went down 100.
So you would sell me a weapon which only works half the time for 500 and not even with ammunition?
Sure. 500 and 1 pouch of gunpowder, 1 pouch of pellets.
20 shots.
What about a holster? You can't just hold it in your hand the whole time. The rules
He points
allows
out
it to
the
have to be
leather
concealed.
backstrap that's on it.
Alright.
I mean, got a license for it in the first place? Or else it's just a display piece for you.
True, but I can probably get a license from the guard.
Okay.
I mean, if anyone gets a license for it, it would be a guard. Or at least it's unreasonable.
Well, your reputation is kind of low currently.
Yeah, that's fair. Honestly, you know what the problem is?
Huh?
Like, general problem is that just using normal spells, I'm just so much more effective than actually using a gun. It's so stupid. But I said I go down this path and I'm gonna follow it up. All right, 500 for the gun, for 40 shots, and
30.
the leather bag. Sorry.
30. 30 shots. And your
All
friend
right.
can keep one of the coils.
Hey, that's her problem, but okay, fine.
No, he points at
All right.
Blitz.
What?
Oh, right, okay. Okay,
Wait,
I'll
let
pay
me
her the
hold it,
500.
and then you pull it up. If I press the side. There, I open it.
With
Now.
both of his feet, he
Oh.
hands you the coil, right? And then you have it in your hand, you kind of twiddling with it, right? And he just on the other side with his beak.
Yes.
in the background,
Four
Dark
arms
Souls
and
boss
one
music plays.
Very burst, alright.
You would have to tell me then what kind of weapon did I just bought.
It's pure
Have I just
blitz.
Yes, I can edit it to your sheet for now. It's a variant blunderbuss. It's 2d6 and it's 25-foot cone.
Let's see if it's
And it's a
actually listed.
dexterity saving throw, DC 8 plus your dexterity plus your proficiency.
Yeah, okay, I got Blunderbuss, Alexandria, I guess. That's the only one I can find.
I think that's the one. Let me
It's
see.
the only one that exists.
Yeah, no, it's the base items, I know.
Okay.
Let me look at it real quick.
Yeah, it's a 15 to 60 feet range.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
2d8 actually. Wow, it's actually a little better.
Yeah, but honestly, if it would be 1d8, then I would say it's not very.
Also in melee combat within 5 feet, it deals an extra 1d8 fire damage.
No, cool. And I also need to add ammunition for it.
Yes, which is the Alexandria blunderbuss 30 shots.
It just says blunderbuss bullets.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you roll it if you use those for it, then you roll a d100 on 50 or 50 or higher it works, and 50 or lower it doesn't.
Okay.
Sounds like a cool weapon.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's not bad, but I'm actually gonna make
Blunderbuss
ammunition
is
for
just
it.
a ranged greatsword in a little
Yeah,
better.
basically. But I'm gonna make as soon as I make actual ammunition for it, it's gonna be quite nice. Um, well, I'm probably gonna have to make some more ammunition. Do you have any more? Actually, technically speaking, I already got black powder, so I got pellets. I'll
Which
place
are the
everything first.
bullets that you
Yeah.
got.
I would ask him for some extra stuff so I can make proper bullets for my
Okay,
own table.
what materials do you need? Because I can tell you the prices. Or
He's gonna tell you the prices.
Let me check in the rule book.
yeah,
Because it doesn't actually say.
you need specific material.
Yeah. It just says bullet and shell.
Oh yeah,
So
yeah,
if
yeah. So I think you need to craft them yourself entirely.
yeah, I do need to craft them myself. That's why I asked him for the raw materials for it, which
But
I
that would be
assume.
something you could pick up at a smith, and you need
Yeah, but I could
gunpowder
still
from it.
ask him.
Yeah.
He might have it. Well, I tend to make some ammunition for it as well. Do you have any raw materials for that?
I've sheet metal around, but that's already planned. I can spare some gunpowder though.
Gunpowder would probably be the hardest thing to get, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. If you can, if you give me a good price, I'll pay you another 10 gold for gunpowder.
10 gold worth of gunpowder. I mean, that's like a mugful at most.
How much ammunition can I make with a mug full? Sorry, I don't know the conversion there.
Uh, let me see the thing real quick. Not a rule set that's oftenly used.
Did she hear the term robot anytime when she was reduced, by the way?
The word what?
The word robot when she was reduced.
Wait, what?
When,
Who?
no, when she was connected to you and all that. Did you ever hear the word robot? At some point she did. Or Warforged or something.
Oh,
Warf-
probably from Heck, or what was he, Ash at the time? Because he did hone in on that a little bit.
yeah, he did say robot and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah. Hmm. Do you sell robots here, Benrick?
Okay, so base rules is there's a horn basically that holds the gunpowder, right? There
Mm,
is yeah, a watertight powder horn without gunpowder costs 5 gold in itself, right? A
right.
masterwork 25 and so on, right? You can always go a little more expensive.
Mm-hmm.
So, what kind of powder horn do you want in the first place to store it?
I think a normal one should be suffice.
Okay, but yeah.
Okay, powder horn 12 gold.
Look, we just had the conversation. I know that you're trying to mug me here, but you might not actually have that many customers. So A is going to buy something, B actually has the money to do so. So you may want to be a little bit friendlier with your pricing.
No, I would say I have the only shop in town that sells this.
Black powder? No.
Yes.
I'm very confident I can get black power somewhere else, but you're hitting the gunshot. That makes it more convenient.
He looks down at you, and he says,
Well, I can promise you, you're not gonna find more than a fingertip full of gunpowder throughout the cities and the stores.
you can roll me insight check on it, but he seems trustworthy with that.
10 gold for the horn and gunpowder.
Okay,
Powder horn. Let's see.
That makes a nice profit on this.
powder horn, 12, gunpowder, 45, 55, 57 gold.
Dude, are you fucking kidding me?
57. That's actually not that high. Actually, for a rare good that is only delivered by ship and most usually common used on ships in the first place.
Let's do 45. I don't have that much
45.
left. I mean, I just bought a big gun from you,
Sure.
Fine. 45 then it is.
He puts the horn down, and it's a for normal powder horn is actually like good quality. It's a full leather horn with a solid metal cap.
I am so glad that I got so much money from that guy. Otherwise, I could not fucking afford this shit.
Oh yeah, guns are expensive.
Yeah,
Like
but
they're better than normal weapons, but they're also more expensive.
yeah, but I mean, I got bullets now. I got extra powder. I got the gun, so I'm mostly good.
Benric, do you sell robots here?
Robots? No.
Do you even know what a robot is?
Me?
Asking her?
No, I'm asking Trivia.
The guy
Awesome,
with a
yeah.
fucking robot arm.
Yeah, I've seen one once. The boy, he wanted to refer himself as a warforged. I believe it was.
Blitz looks
Hey.
at you, Garadon.
I would know what a warforged is, I assume.
You can roll me a history check at advantage.
No, because I know that our army is using something like warforged, but not as intelligent.
Uh,
So warforged would be basically
roll me a history
intelligent
check at
person,
advantage.
Okay.
Because it's not specifically always open share open source information.
Fair enough. Oh, for fuck's sake.
7.
Oh, good. It's 14.
You know they exist. They're weapons of war, right? And they're basically replacing the dumb foot soldiers.
Alright.
They're like battle droids, like
Yeah.
B1s.
It would be interesting meeting one. Yeah.
It was fascinating.
There
Blitz
was
looks
that
at you and he
problem.
says, "Probably not a smart conversation with one."
Maybe. But he would be intricate.
He would be so intricate.
No,
Anyway.
it was quite. It was quite intelligent. It had a very interesting mind. It looked very organized.
Deo sneezes as people are talking about him. It's like, what the heck? Must be nothing. Didn't even know I could sneeze.
Always talk about never
Must be the
passing
missing
my
cooling
question.
fluid.
Gosh dang it.
It's Warforged. Warforged common where you're from?
No, they are not.
Nah. You do see them, but I wouldn't call them common in any way, shape, or
When you
form.
see one, you have a bad day.
Well,
This
actually,
one's
yeah, most likely.
I hope it's okay.
With that being said, now that you have shown me this place, I should also hold up my end of the deal. And
Wait, all this
I
train.
basically tell them more exactly what happened, and basically that kid blew itself up, like
Yeah.
completely.
And now
Right.
we landed here, and he points like upwards.
Yeah.
Up there.
Oh,
Eh,
I kind of already figured out she was dead.
Not dead. Like, gone.
Yeah,
well,
so passed on.
she would have been somewhere around, and I'm giving her a direction in where I would very much assume that we got blown up into the air.
South. About, approximation 4 days of travel.
Yeah,
So it seems
Probably
that
very big scorch mark.
hmm,
yeah,
she
you
said
can't really
she
miss that.
said she was with someone.
A lot of people.
Hmm,
I heard footsteps. About that, like 4 to 6 people. Maybe
Correct.
more.
hmm.
Her gang of bandits. Robbing us
Well,
from our location.
yeah,
Sounded
we
to me
had
like
so
all she
much
wanted was
fuel.
some bread from the demon metal angel.
I, I
That
understand what she wanted. It was still stupid.
oh yeah,
Like, just because there is a gate, I don't think it's the way to heaven, do I?
you're trying
Like,
to you're trying to make logic of crazy person.
I'm saying just because something might have a certain level of relation doesn't mean there's a correlation with the two. Then, and that would immediately believe that that would be correct. So, yes, she was dumb.
Mm, not just wait.
She thought a metal is an oven.
Nice
It's not what.
sword. Can it cook?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, if I eat it, I can
You
cook it.
hear,
No,
look like at Blitz, and like his facial expression shows him how hard he face palms, but with no hands because
uh,
they're on the spring
Wait,
coil.
I'm just saying, like, are you two related by any chance?
hey, if you heat
You and the
up
girl?
if you heat up a metal piece, then it will get heated, right? And if you put eggs on it, that will
No,
metal.
that would be frying, not cooking. If you cook something, it needs a
You would boil it.
heat source from around it, or boiling. Yes, like
Tomatoes,
just
tomatoes.
because something is hot, it doesn't mean it will cook it.
Fair point.
Anyway, Shavir, roll me a sleight of hand as well as Blitz to see how much progress you make on the coil.
Fucking disadvantages are killing me, bro. Do I get this? Do we even get disadvantages because we're helping each other?
No, you both roll separately.
Okay. Eight.
There's Blitz. That is an 18. Yeah, you feel useful as you produce a bunch of sprawling sounds. Every time Blitz gets this eye twitch, as he has one with his foot out and one with his beak.
But I like the sounds.
Uh,
I know
uh,
you do. All of you are mesmerized by shiny metal, says the crew.
I like this.
I turned to the shopkeeper and like, well, I mean, while this weapon is very primitive, I guess it is functional.
Hmm.
Maybe there's something that can be done in the future because this is hmm, I've seen much better.
Hmm. I
I
am.
could make much better.
Hmm. I'm not good at creating stuff, like physically building it. I'm just good at making plants.
Yeah, see that's my strength. I'm very good at making stuff.
Hmm.
Actually, quite a houseful.
I. He looks at his arm, right? And it's just like, I plant my arm, but it has this weird snapping sound sometimes. I have the
Um,
blueprint around. Can you tell me why it shouldn't work?
mm, if you hand me the blueprint, I can have a look at it and come back. but it will take a while to evaluate it. It's not going to be done in 2 seconds.
That's fine.
He scurries um, through a drawer, right? And you hear
Yeah.
a lock unlatch. You hear the paper furl out, and the lock latch back on, as he like puts a scroll on top of the like an actual blueprint, like blue paper, right? Like wax paper,
Yeah.
and he puts it up, right? And he just says,
That's fine. If you find the mistake for me, I'm gonna pay you for it.
Sure. Okay. Let's keep it at that.
he has the scroll in hand. He puts it towards you.
Don't show it anybody.
I'm very good at keeping secrets if need be.
He nods. He hands you the paper. It has a wax sigil on it.
Is it from the insignia?
Yes.
I thought so. Where did you get this from?
Made it myself.
Really?
He nods.
And I only say the name of fuck, what's his name again? 2 seconds. I have it noted down. Do you know? Is it? And I look at him very sharply.
What if I do?
But you didn't say
Well, that
anything.
means that we know each other way better than one would think.
Did you say Isitli?
Is it?
No, I only said, is it?
Didn't Shavir hear that in the Shadowfell when she was connected to all that stuff? Didn't you hear Isit league there sometime?
Not.
Shouldn't you remember this?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. It's
No, maybe it was
possible, of course. You can roll me a history check.
yeah, because I believe
Yeah,
it.
just roll me a history check.
believe that
If it's
that's
high
the
enough,
case.
I'm fine with it.
Because it was
You read a lot of
the
lore.
place and all the well, it was more the fact that we're like connected with.
You heard the name. You know not much about it.
Yeah, you see her ears twitch a little bit as you say that name.
Yeah, Shavir, you
She,
notice it, but you're still occupied with your coil.
yeah, seems like she recognized that name at least.
Like, well, that would mean we might have way more in common than you think.
He blinks for a moment.
Actually, I take out from the ship, I think I should still have it, the insignia for my job.
Yeah.
Because that should have the Isid League sign in it
Logo.
as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I take it down and put it
The dragon crest kind of.
Yeah, and I put it on the desk.
That's old.
Well, yeah, it's been my first trip, and you know
First trip.
Thing.
They sent another one?
Yeah.
His eyes go like drowsy for a moment. It's just like,
Oh, come on. Nobody said.
Didn't go well.
Yeah, the first one also didn't go well. Stop coming here.
Don't know what it is about here, but you know. Anyway, so are you the only one?
I heard about other people, just faintly, leaving and passing by, but I never could get a grasp on them. The only person I know that shares my interest to a degree is, forgot his name, trader, almost guards person, kind of private-y guy. He bought a tower, something in his sister. That's all I remember.
Does he
Human.
send mails?
Sorry?
Wait, you say he's a human?
Yes.
Oh, right, no, different guy then. Never mind.
No, not Isaac Leak. But, definitely a smart guy.
What level were you on? Technology level.
yeah, I know.
Margin. Okay.
It's just, not too much. I'm not a weapon engineer.
I look around the shop and I'm like, yeah.
Just something that, weapons are good to sell.
Fair enough. I
I'm
think
an architect.
I think I was level 3. Is that correct? Because 4 and 5 or something
Yes.
was beyond me.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
He
Oh.
on weapon level he would be like a 2, but he says he's an architect. And architect,
Yeah.
you can roll me history check with advantage on that. What kind of job that includes?
Oh, with advantage.
Yes.
Fucking need it. 17.
You
I sort of got if my stats wouldn't be so good, I'd be so fucked.
arcane geometry. One
Oh,
of
wait.
the hardest fields to master.
I was about to say, but if that's the case, then he's actually really good at building like mage towers and stuff.
Yeah, pretty much. He's an architect. But the thing is, the elves don't want him to build their structures because they're like faith-based kind of
Yeah,
thingamajig,
yeah, yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
And the other guy is kind of like, he said nice guy, and maybe.
Okay. Okay. That's hmm. I was more specialized in a different field, and I'll give 1 second to put it down. Which one? 2 seconds. It wasn't aerial. It was fuck's sake.
Arcane geometry also means he's a guy like he's cracked probably at the teleportation calculation.
Oh, okay. Give me 2 seconds. I need to find the 5 things again because I forgot the
Arcane
fucking name of
geometry
them.
is also something you need when localizing planar transition.
Yeah. I think I was aeronautic. No, I wasn't aeronautic because that was thingy. Aeronautic was my friend Hector.
Yeah, Hester.
Hester, I was. Fuck's sake. Where is it?
Basically, this is the guy I need right now.
There you go.
He's on a whole nother stinking plane.
Rotation. Tennis and geometry. Was I gravitational inversion?
Yes, that's the one term I heard out of you before. It also works together with aeronautical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gravitational inversion makes kind of floating planes, kind of smaller structures that float, and it's
Yeah.
probably also how your cannon probably moves. It's like hover pads.
Yeah. I was in the gravitational field myself.
I probably have an insane idea when I get the possibility of just, work on a prototype. Then
Would you have a sanding stone or something? I think it would be.
That would be
Oh wait.
persuasion. You get advantage. As it league bonus. Let's go.
Oh, thank God. Yeah, 14.
I have one spares. The problem with it, it's scratched.
Oh, I can mend it. That's fine.
No.
He gets them out, right? And they were part of the crash.
Oh, right.
Like they don't look good.
I'm still scared to use them.
Do they look like I could repair them?
Well, it's arcane. It's not arcane geometry. It's rune crafting, enchantment. Yes, you probably could. You just
I'm
need to
proficient in
recarve
both.
them. You just need to
Yeah.
recarve them. Yeah.
I'm proficient in both.
Yeah, you could try to do it right here. Is just chisel and go away.
I can give it a try. I had to make an artifact just the other day, and this is definitely a better environment than what I had.
Sure.
Sort of looks up as the mention of rune crafting.
But with both
Well,
hands blindly fiddling, just head up, looking.
this is like, I mean, all you heard is like, I'm gonna fiddle with the
Sending stones.
sending stone. I'm not
No,
sure if
I
you're
mean,
aware that that has rune crafting.
I mean, ever since you mentioned the Isit League, she's been listening quite intensely.
I didn't mention is it leak.
No,
I
is it?
mentioned is it?
Ever since you said is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying there's an important difference because a league entails that
No,
there's a group of people.
Yeah.
no, but every only time she ever heard is it was like is it
Okay.
league, and it wasn't the reference with the robot and
Anyway,
high technology and stuff.
yeah, but I mean, if you want to watch, then you would have to come over because there's no
Yeah.
way you can watch
No,
while
no, no.
also.
Yeah, yeah. She sort of like looks up and she's like, "Can I look?"
Hmm.
Not my choice.
Sure.
Just don't fuck it up too hard.
Okay,
Fine.
good.
I take out
Blitz, the
my.
moment you let loose of the coil, just disappears in the corner.
Hey.
Yeah. I take out my Tinker's tools, which I assume would. No, the Mason tools, which
Hmm.
I assume would be appropriate here.
Yeah.
And do you have something of a craft station? You know, so I can hold it in place and everything.
Have a table in the back.
Sure, if you don't mind me using it.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go over there. I
It's a
grab.
gunsmithing table, but it has like magnifying lenses and all that jazz.
Oh, perfect. Well, that's basically what I need. So I'll put it into place. A whole lot. It needs
Very
magnifying
crowded
glass.
space suddenly
I'll
in
put
there.
my. Yeah, but I'm small. Oh wait,
Should be
because yeah,
just,
that's yeah.
yeah, yeah.
She's
Should be
she's
just
not very big
looking over
either.
your shoulder. Her
Yeah,
head
she's
is
pretty.
like like
I
as
can
large as
literally
your
like
upper body.
I can feel
The
like your
breath.
breath on
Yeah.
my neck, and I'm like, hey, I know it's a big cramp, but a bit of space, please.
Yeah, she
Like,
backed off a little. Oh, sorry.
um, I would do guidance on myself.
I mean, what do
Uh,
you say for guidance? Guidance is a divine type spell. You need to prefer it.
true. Is it? Let me use my abilities and guide me for fixing one of the treasures of you. Consider the divine, I believe that was somewhat appropriate.
Sure. By the great Nuf Mazet, grant me the
Sweet.
knowledge to complete this task.
There you
But yeah, you can roll a d4.
go. Okay.
That's a runecrafting
Um.
check
Okay.
with a d4.
I'm proficient both runecrafting and enchanting. Does that help me that I'm proficient in both, or
No,
that
it
like
makes you
is that
capable of
all?
doing so.
Oh right. Okay. Fair enough.
You need
And
actual both proficiencies to fix this.
yep, that's fine. Yes, it didn't fuck me over. 21.
Nice. 1 over DC. Roll me a 1d4.
Oh, oh, yeah, right. I got a D4 as well. Okay, 22.
D100.
23, sorry.
D100 plus 30.
Oh my god. Is that good or bad? I think it's good.
That's really good.
Okay, thank god, because I remember last time you were like, oh yeah, yeah, like high is good.
That's good.
Fucking hell.
Highest quality. And you
Oh,
also
okay.
get 30 on top for overshooting the DC by 3.
So 129. Ooh, that's gonna be a good piece.
It's gonna be very interesting. So basically, right? You see the rune is like it's a mass-produced object, right?
Yeah, of
Sending
course.
stone. You see a line of this rune, and you like, I can split this off. I don't need this
Hmm.
for it to work. I can shorten the formula and then just
Make it more efficient.
route it directly, right?
Yeah, because they kept it very simplistic and not
Yeah,
very efficient because that's why it's mass producing.
yeah.
But now that I fiddle on it manually, I can
Tune it.
adjust it to make it better. Yeah,
Yeah.
tune it. There you go. Perfect.
So yeah,
That's it.
you split a good piece off of it, right? And with the high quality modifier, it also works as a receiving end for a sending stone. It doesn't work as a sending of it, but it works as a receiving end as well. The chipped off piece. So you have a full set of sending
Oh,
stones and
right.
another receiving piece.
Ah, I get it. So basically, now 3 people could use it. Well, one can only receive, but
Yes,
one person could listen in, and 2 people can send.
correct.
Right. Okay, got it. Oh, that's very cool. I'm like, and I'm like, I sweat. I take out the sweat a bit. I lean back, like, yeah, I could see. I'm starting to get handy at this. Okay. Good.
All like magic runes and runic objects were like above like almost 100% quality.
Yeah.
Like you're doing
Could
some
you feel
pristine
the?
work here.
Well,
Could
to
you
be
basically?
fair, I have +7 inherently. I get the bonus from proficiency. Like, I'm not rolling well. My stats are supporting this to the hell and back.
Yeah, you need it.
Can she feel the increase in magic from the
No, it never
transforming?
increased in magic. It just shifted.
Okay, but could she feel that it became
It's magic
better?
translation. It's not magic like it's not
If you
magic
think it this
creation.
way, before it had 100% capacity, now it has 80% capacity, but even with the 80%, it can still work, and the last 20 went to the other stone.
Correct.
Okay.
So it's 40-40-20.
There you go. I turn around with her like, there you go. All done. Took a little bit, but I think it was quite nice work.
He looks at it. It's just like,
Fascinating.
So, what did you actually do with it?
Well,
Apart from polishing it, that I can see the scratches are gone.
well, frankly, within the given runes, there was a lot of oversimplification. That was because of the process of making it, but there were actually more refined way of doing it. By cutting off some of the formula, you're able to take away some of the raw power and use it somewhere else. These can then be basically then got chipped off into a third piece, this one, which it will be dealing as a receiver. But in the end, it's basically just I made it more efficient by changing the rune and adjusting it.
So you made it with a shortcut.
Well, no. The original formula you needed 100% of the object and power to function. I changed the formula to needed only 80%, allowing me to use the rest for something else.
Fascinating.
it's like, yeah, shortened formulas. Yeah, it's a common
If the
thing in
power
wizards
needs
practice. Usually, when you start wizarding, right, you need a very long like verbal somatic cue for certain spells, and when you get better and better at them, you tend to shorten formulas as well.
do you what actually in a way you could say this is basically exactly like electricity
Yes.
because there's less area the electricity has to go through,
Yes.
um, less power is lost because of the transmission,
Yeah.
it being more effective. This actually would be a very good example.
Yes.
Did you say that in character? Oh, yeah, I guess you didn't do the voice.
No, that's out of character.
Mm.
That's why I didn't use my in-character voice. It was more in the sense of like explaining it in a real life example.
So
Well,
it's sort of, hmm, it's sort
so,
of like wizard's chant comes shorter or something. Like,
Yes, in a way. You're
In a
putting
way, I don't know.
you're very much at the beginning, my friend. Like this is a bit way too advanced for you.
I know how enchanting works. I've studied it a bit.
I look at him like I studied a little bit. My
I
brain.
studied basic. I studied basic enchanting,
Um,
but
Look, I appreciate and I think that furthering your knowledge is a great point of passion of interest. But you're looking through a window and you think you can see the room. That was actually a good example.
well, technically, I would not be able to see the room because there are dead spots.
There you go. You
I'm
get it.
not as dumb as you think I am.
This has not to do with dumb. This is about experience. I've done this as part of my family business and over many, many years. Unless you want to tell me you have done the same, I think we're talking from two different point of views.
No, I'm more being focused on, no,
Anyway,
casting magic and magical applications and
there you
stuff
go.
like that. Not making of items.
Well, I became proficient in item crafting and making, so as such, I have a bit more of an extensive knowledge there.
She bows to you, like, yes.
Anyway, I look back at him like, great. With this, we can stay in contact then. If something is up. Fenric, it is a pleasure to meet you. I have a lot to tell you. But sadly, guard duty is calling me, and I don't want to get my salary deducted again.
Yeah. Keep the 1 stone.
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah, you can add 1 setting stone to your inventory, Ventric.
Okay.
Put a
Actually,
customization on it.
I will give the receiving one to Blitz for now.
Ah,
Because me and Blitz don't have one, and then
yeah,
can actually.
you take the receiving piece, right? And it's just like
Yeah.
you look out of the shed on the back, right? And you see Blitz curl like all everything on the coil.
Yeah. Okay. Well, good. In this case, I shall
Coming
leave
out of
for
the
now,
corner, you hear, almost
and
number 3.
I might come back later. Come on, Blitz. We gotta go, mate. We gotta go.
How is it
What
going?
are you gonna do as you get to Blitz, right? And it's just like, come on, let's go. And he just says, just 5 more hours, and I'm good.
Blitz, no, we can't. Remember, we have to take care of the administration task within guards.
Persuasion.
Otherwise, they're gonna be left behind.
It's
He's like,
just like,
don't, don't worry, I'll be here to solve it.
Ah,
In your
shit.
stead,
roll
she
with
kind of winks
disadvantage,
at
Caradone.
Ah, still late.
He says, I have problems with 2 administrative problems at a time. I'm going to use my mind.
Yes, but remember, this isn't your place. It is his place. So it's not your duty. Remember your duty.
He like almost defeated. He brings the coil back and he says, I am going to stab somebody one day. This pulse is not the best thing for me.
Oh, poor Blitz.
Guy's gonna have a stroke one day when somebody says, "Oh yeah, the coil is in perfect shape," and he's gonna lose it.
There, done.
Uh,
I have a question for you.
sure. Sure.
There was a reflective metal thing that fell from the sky some time ago. Did you come from that?
You know that there is a lot of metal that can come down from the sky. This is not very specific.
It was very big and it had weird shapes to it,
I
Blitz
don't
says,
know.
a lot of things have weird shapes.
like a metal
Hey,
carriage,
how the hell would she actually know it's metal?
reflective.
Doesn't mean it needs to be metal. It can also be ice and other stuff.
Mm.
Perception check.
It's a bit in the past now.
Oh. History check.
Well, yeah, I mean, no, metal because of like, look, what or how far I don't know. I
Yeah,
just heard that that was dead set at the time that looked like metallic.
Well,
it's
if you
rumors.
are curious about it, then my suggestion is investigate it. You will find the answers. Anyway, with that,
Just saying, if that is the case, keep it a secret. People
hmm,
on just like keep that secret
I,
when it comes to unknown things that people don't know a lot about. People will either a try to you know make use of you, take advantage of you, or b kill it because they don't understand it. Just be careful, okay?
uh, always, I want to say. I mean, the only thing that was a proper danger to me so far was your friend.
Yeah,
Well, maybe the prison break.
Actually, in the prison break, I was mostly safe. The only problem there was Shahu
Yeah,
for me. Shahu nearly blew me up, but besides that,
Mm.
Anyway, fine then. I will now go to my guard post. I'll see you in a few hours.
Mm-hmm.
Blitz says, "Tick tock before I go back."
Yep.
Okay.
You
Well,
see,
she's like, this is awkward. We're going the same way, but this is kind of like, okay, let's stop. Let's
you
just
see
not.
Ronnie, right? And she has
Let's stop.
Zarya like under her armpits and just like wiggles around like a puppet.
Kind of
um,
laughs.
if that's
Well,
fine with you, because I just want to keep it short. If I do
yeah,
find something, a shop that basically just sells like a backpack, like basic shit. Um,
Over here.
can I just buy the basic stuff and then add like 10% of the price
What?
on the book?
No, it's twice
Like if
book
I go
price. Yeah,
twice book price?
yeah,
Fuck my
it's
life.
it's the default market price over here.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. If you want to just go
Okay.
in there, point at a thing, pay it, and go out, that's just the price. If you don't want to do any haggling.
I don't actually have any reason to immediately having to take those guys. Nah, fuck it. Yeah, I would then cross down the road and go towards the center, where I would expect the guardman to be.
Yonder.
And suddenly, all hell breaks loose.
Oh yeah. Shavir, what do you do in the meanwhile? Shavir. Shavir.
yeah. So she kind of laughs at her, and then she's sort of like, "Hey, um, could could I look after Soria for a little bit, and you take some money and go in there and buy something for me?"
Uh, sure.
So, um, a spell scroll, illusory script, and does she know how many vellum pages is needed for
For
illusory script?
illusion script is what, second level spell?
I think it's a first.
Please look at it. It's twice the spell's level.
It's a first, yeah, it's a first.
So yeah, two.
Yeah, so it's two vellum pages then.
Yeah.
Hmm,
And magical ink, if you want to make it yourself.
no. She would have left of that though. She have left it unless he took it.
Your inventory should be active. Valid currently.
Yeah, but I know I'm 100% certain that she had left for that. But um, did he take it away from her or something? Like the butcher?
No.
Because she also took the diamond dust away. Or you did. Mm.
Yeah, I did. I deleted everything that wasn't with you after you left the Shadowfell.
Okay. So does she have magic ink or not? Because
You have
she had some
everything that's in
before.
your inventory as per current. In your
Does she
D&D Beyond
know?
inventory.
Okay, but does she know why it disappeared after she came back?
Never know.
Okay. Um. So yeah. So magical ink and vellum paper. Could she then say magical ink and vellum pages for 100 gold or something? Or like,
No, you need two vellum pages, and
or I guess it's I don't know how much.
yeah, you can look up the diamond dust and uh, weight because they get sold in like tiny bottles.
Yeah, it's not. She don't need diamond dust. It's just well. Do you need that for illusory script? You do, right?
Yeah, you need a magical compound. Diamond dust or magical ink is usually, you know, the thing for it. Because you have two ways of doing it. You can, one way is to produce any liquid on a scroll and then cover it in diamond dust, and it starts to convert in this like interesting ink, right? because it basically reacts with the paper and basically embeds this scripture into the paper, which makes it basically imbued, right, with it. And then you have magical ink, which also contains the diamond dust to a degree, but also contains other magical compounds. So it's just either or. Just pick one. You can also technically do it with both or a combination of either. But you need a magical compound that you can write with in a certain gold value.
Okay. Well, she tells her to get the illusion script and enough vellum pages and
Okay, how much
magic.
gold you give her?
How much would she know that it usually costs with buying those?
You can roll me an insight check. I know history.
Because normally it's 100 gold, but
Yeah.
it's,
So it's twice market price, so it's at least 200. And that's if Ronnie does well on bargaining. Like the best. The best outcome is 200%. Technically 150, but
yeah.
so yeah, you can roll me an insight check to figure something about Ronnie out. No, she's
7.
gonna be good.
Oh,
Master
yes,
Trader Ronnie.
she has a thing that cancels magical effects, so she can't go in there anyway.
Yeah. Zara is unconscious, and yeah, Ronnie's the only one that can go in.
Yeah. Um, it is what it is. Well, okay, so she gives her 200. So she gives her 200 and double. So, okay, yeah. So she gives her 230 gold.
230. Okay. Let's see. She says, oh, right. Vellum pages too, right? And some stuff
You,
to write with.
you need me to write it down?
No, I can remember.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm back.
Yeah.
Illusory script. Illusory script spell scroll.
Uh-huh.
Vellum pages.
Oh, like both.
Yes, both.
Okay.
And magical ink.
You know an illusory script spell scrolls are uncommon or common magic item, right?
Well, I mean, how else would you learn, or can you, or
You would
how
need
else?
to make it yourself, I assumed. Because that's what you
No,
asked for.
no. Okay, so she wants to learn the illusory script. Isn't that, or how do you see? How does she go about
No, you
learning?
learn the spell first, right? And then you produce a script out of it.
Yeah, but how? Because in order to learn the spell, don't you need to buy a spell scroll of it? Or
Or
does she
somebody
says, I
have
want to
teach
buy
it
the
from.
spell?
No, somebody has to teach it from you. When you level up in Wizard, right? You trial and error your way through magic
Hmm?
by different combinations of magic, arcanist type. Symbols, runes, and yeah, alphabets and lore, all that jazz, right? And yeah, you get 2 per wizard level and some spells here and there. And the other wizard that learned the spell by trial and error can teach it to you or make a scroll that you can then learn from. That's the way. So if you don't have it, it's very hard for you to make a scroll in the first place because you need to know the spell in your
Yeah,
spell
she
book.
don't want to make a scroll. She just want to buy a scroll so that
Okay,
she
that would be
can learn.
500 gold base, so 1,000 gold.
What?
Yeah, it's an uncommon magic item spell scroll.
Everything here is double in
200,
price.
200%.
That's why I have to pay so much for the blunderbuster.
Yep. The default price in the other main city is 200% for everything, pretty much. Food, water,
And
healing, taxes, ID, whatever.
and don't you need a license to go into the library?
You
So
need
it's
you
just,
need a library pass, yeah.
yeah, but you need a license for a library.
No, you don't need an ID. You probably need an ID to get a library pass, though. So directly, no. Indirectly, probably. They're not going to
Okay.
ask you for an ID before going in. They're going to ask you for your library license, and for that, you probably need an ID.
So you even need, but you only need a library license to borrow books, right? Not if you are
Correct.
doing it there.
If you're doing it there, it should be fine as long as you don't break shit. Yeah.
Yeah, and there they may have that knowledge,
Yeah.
correct? Okay. So in that case, she would only need some diamond dust for basically some of that magical ink,
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah. Vellum
Could
pages
normal
and ink.
magical,
Yeah.
yeah. Um, okay, that is that is a lot cheaper at least then,
It
which
is.
which is then base of what 100 gold.
See. I hate shopping trips.
Yeah, I know.
I thought I made my one interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, I was there too. Yeah.
Hmm?
Game rules. Equipment. Okay. How many pages are in here? Yeah. Okay. Um. Technically, you would need to go in to ask for prices if you don't know them.
No, but
Technically, yes. You can roll me a history check. Because Gyarados actually went into the store, asked how much it was, right? Like, what do you
yeah,
want?
but I mean, she's literally a wizard. She would know this.
Yeah, the default price you would know.
Yeah,
Vellum page is 5 gold. If it's
yeah,
pricey, right?
but yeah,
So
she
it
would
would
know
be
the
at least
base also.
10 per. So 20 plus the ink worth 100.
Yeah, she should know that the base is 100
So the base
for
is
first
200.
level.
Yeah, the base is 220 if she does well.
No, just to have enough vellum pages and ink to copy a spell would be 100.
Yes, of course.
That's the base.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, so 200 would then be it.
because of increased prices.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. So, but she also needs some of that magical ink stuff to do it.
Yes, but how
Could it be
much?
magic? Yeah, but could it be the same magical ink that you write the vellum pages with? Is that the same type of ink, or is it a different type of ink
For what? For a spellbook and a scroll, it's the
for
same ink.
for the illusion script?
It's the same.
So it can be, so it's the same.
Yeah.
Okay,
You just need more of it.
okay. So yeah, then specifies enough enough vellum pages for a first level spell.
Mm-hmm. 2.
Yeah, two vellum pages, and I don't know how much ink would that be because this is weird talk. Yeah. Okay.
100 gold worth, 200. So that's 240. We were at that point before.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, and enough magical ink for it, and
100 worth in ink to copy it into somewhere else later.
yeah, and
Yeah.
then basically 20 GP worth of ink, which I guess then with increased price it will be 240.
40 20 for the vellum pages, right? 10 each.
Hmm?
200 for the ink. 100 times 2. 240. And then you would need to copy it another time, right? There would be 100 gold worth in magical ink. There would be another 200.
You're no, that's not how it works. It's two. So it's vellum pages and ink. You cut them. You count them in the same
Yeah,
sum.
but it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's the gold entire worth.
So you're telling me
It's
that the
50-50. It's 100 total times 2.
so copying spells into spell goods costs 400 gold.
No, 200.
Yeah,
Making a
for
scroll and then also making it into a spellbook,
no, I
that
don't want
costs
to make it.
400.
Yeah, no, I don't want. I don't have. I can't afford that.
Then,
I'm not gonna.
yeah, then tell me what you need and what you want to buy.
I have. The two vellum pages and enough ink for
A scroll.
for no for yeah for one for inscribing into your book or
Okay, but
into
then you need a
on the
spellbook.
pages. Well, no, you can just do it on the pages.
No, but that's not counted as a spellbook.
Whereas before, it just had some other pages. You have some other
But
pages
you
with.
need to bind it into a spellbook,
Yeah, I mean,
which
she
needs
had
magical leather, for example.
she
It's an
have a
entire process.
yeah, but she has a book that she has been using for that. Remember,
Uh,
it was you have a book that she had been using for that she'd been putting pages in. I can't remember
yeah.
here.
It's not my thing to keep track of your character sheet inventory.
I mean, you deleted all my magic link and all my
Yeah,
diamond
because
dust.
it's not there anymore.
Mm. And she had the I so did she have that book with the spells that she had? Remember with do you remember Nico's old character when she met there?
Yes.
She had a she had a little book with basically some part with the dawn and stuff too. She had a the
Yes.
pages and stuff in a book that was basically like empty.
Correct. The heresy that William the Butcher destroyed while you were unconscious.
Okay, so he destroyed his book.
Yes, but you don't know that, but you constantly ask for it.
No, but I mean, you just need to know if I have it or not.
No! I said it
Okay.
multiple times. I say everything that's currently in your inventory is on your
Mm,
possession or within your reach. And if it's not on there, it's not there.
okay. Well, she can't afford the ink, so she can only afford the the gold, and then and then a book costs 50 gold.
Yeah, times
Right?
2 is 100.
Yeah, so can't afford
Yeah,
it.
being a wizard is sometimes expensive. I guess um, you're not finishing your shopping trip then today.
Can buy the pages and the ink, I guess, but I don't know. So Oh, yeah. Mm. She's looking at Connie and like, mm, I need to make money.
We all do.
Mm.
Anyway,
Let's go fast.
she looks at the passed out. So it's just like we have something to worry about, I guess. First.
Yeah, one thing at a time.
Hmm,
Stop making it.
hmm.
Mm.
No, you're good.
So that's a mirror garden.
No, no, you can pass up to the butcher.
Okay. Mm.
As you struggle with the door, and as Garadon enters past the gate with his letter, um, with Blitz, you would hear a crackling thunder and a big shadow being cast over like half the city for a moment. You also, it's unmissable even with horrible passive perception, you would see all like a good bunch of the clouds from within the sky reach downwards, not glooming into the city, but encasing the outer shield with a faint fog as the snow goes colder and the surrounding. All of you would see their breath in front of their mouth when they breathe out.
Okay.
Mm. Mm.
I would turn to Blitz like, do you think this is normal at this time of year here?
No, I said
Something,
it got colder.
hmm, yeah, something is wrong. Very concerning.
Yes, yes, it is. Something's weird.
Let We should go to the guard post. Maybe they know something. Would make sense.
Yes, pick up the pace.
Yeah, and we start to pick up the pace.
Bolting off to the guard's post. Yeah. Well, you make your way there. Oh boy, there's something landing on the high shield. Let
Yay!
me roll where.
While he's doing that, could Shavir check the trash to see if William threw away her stuff? Something.
Uh, sure. That's not something I wanted to copy. Just to give you a spatial reference, that's kind of its wingspan.
You mean it's death span?
It's gigantic.
Eh. And of course, I was walking right into the middle of it.
Almost.
Mm-hmm.
Over here. That's close enough. But yeah, you would hear a crystalline sound as you hear this on the high shield. As you are about to enter the um, yeah, the guard's post, you see this glowing white energy from the shield, right? And you see arcing yellow lightning in between the bottom side of it. You can roll me an Arcana check.
That seems reasonable.
Structural defenses are common.
Hmm?
On the Izzet League.
Oh, do I get the bonus because of my architectural background?
Mm, you're already proficient with Arcana, so no. And it's not enough to give advantage.
Okay. That's a 19.
You know whatever powers this high shield, right? Whenever it arcs like that, it's not liking it. It means a very specific point within the shield draws more power than any of its surrounding. And the creature landing on it, the weight alone should strain it enough. Um, you would
That's not good.
know about the shield as the snowflakes and like rain and air passes through it. It only blocks larger things. It also blocked your pot, so it only blocks fast and large things like catapult projectiles, spells, all that jazz. But an arrow or a person could slip through it because they're unless they run really fast. Like running
Yeah.
guy must need to not be too much quicker. Unless he's gonna slap into it. There's openings at the gates. You realize that on upon entry, and the spell is like in itself on how like it's like a honeycomb kind of structure, and that you know it as a temporal kind of thing, like an emergency, like there's a rocket volley coming in, right? Like as a temporal defense. This is permanent. This is a miracle in the first place that it's just up all the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So probably
For
someone else in the Izzard League left something behind.
no, it's not something that's technical, as you see how it arcs and how it
Okay.
spans sunlight throughout the entire
Right.
city. It's something you never was really aware of, but it always was broad day at night, pretty much within the town. Oh, it's been shining.
Hmm.
Never was dark.
Okay.
But yeah, that's where we're gonna leave it off for you here today.
Yay. Question mark, exclamation mark.
Shavir, meanwhile, on the other side, you would of course see this as you're picking through the trash. You see up on the shield, you see this ginormous bird land, and you just crawl through the trash faster.
Yeah, I mean, she was expecting it, but like, I was not expecting that. That's fascinating. Has she seen a creature like that before? Or like
You
what
can
this
roll
stuff
me
was?
a history check.
Mm, fucking disadvantage. 8.
It has the similarities to a phoenix, but in ice.
Hmm.
And it has a almost the same feeling as the ice dragon that you've met before, the crystalline one.
She like archers. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So she would go through the trash faster for sure because
But no,
she was
you
expecting it. It's
I
kind of
can
like
tell you what you find, but your stuff is not within there.
uh,
Um,
checks the other one fast.
it's an old boot,
uh,
a scarf covered in stuff you don't want to know because the smell tells its story.
um,
And what's that? Ooh. And a old jagged short sword.
I assume she doesn't detect any magic from the fucking.
No,
Yeah, yeah. Take the short sword, like,
it's a short sword -1.
yeah.
-1.
Deteriorated, yeah. They go up to -3 and then they break. And yes, there are people that wore their gear down in one fight from +1 to -3 and broke it.
She would like take up the short sword, like, hey, look, I found a short sword. Like, not even mentioning the giant fucking ice phoenix behind her.
Yeah, Ronnie stares in the direction as you pull up with the short sword, and she drops Zarya.
Like, hey, be careful with
Like,
her.
on the knees to the side of the fucking crossroad. And you see all people just freeze. There's this gentle moment of shock.
She's
Also,
in the moment of shock, and then Shabir is just like nothing.
also, um, Also, while you are currently digging through the trash, you would hear a crawling sound, right? And it's just because the day everybody fucking turns up. You hear crackling through a building and roof. You see across a roof on a bigger building. You see something crash through it. Somebody made their way to the dwarfs and back.
Who the fuck would that be?
I'd exactly it. It's out of character.
Um, as a metal amalgamation on the other side of the main square cracks through a building and basically crash lands on top of a roof.
Does it just goes out of a portal, or does it
Out of
just
the bottom
fall?
floor. There's this vertical trajectory of almost like 90 degrees upwards.
Mm.
It's like a shark or a dolphin jumping out of the water.
Well, shit is going down. We need to get this door open, get the food, and get Sarah in there.
No.
She says,
It's gonna be a lot worse.
"Yeah, like this isn't the time to freeze up, honey.
I'm not gonna lie, I was very
Let me
much
get this door
hoping that
open."
this is gonna happen before I go to the main square, so that I wouldn't be at the main square when it happens, but of course you would wait until I return to my post.
Yes. But yeah, this is the point where we're gonna leave it off, and there's still so much more to happen.
Oh, hell yeah.
This is the beginning. This is phase one. So yeah, we're gonna see us on Sunday. I'm gonna have a short break and then see if I get back to Shehu and Diaz if I have the energy. Else we're gonna do those two first on Sunday, right? And then come back to you because I'm gonna run early on Sunday. Just so you're aware.
Okay.
Also of Tuesday, if anybody has time on that day to do some solo stuff.
I do.
Okay.
I even up
Let me
for it.
just save this real quick. Let me put on the where's Streamlabs? Here. Let me put on the mute key. I hope you had some fun listening in. If I don't come back.